clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's a program that welcomes you to text in 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug's always said Fridays are for phone calls. That's fun. Fridays are for phone calls. Saturdays are for the boys. That was something you came up with, and you said Fridays are for phone calls.
Right. Well, the phone lines are poison. We have to be careful. We can let people call in, but they're on a short leash, Tim.
Well, this is your chance. Chairman Kurt standing by with his filter, 314-974-0101. And then you also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have already gathered this morning to watch the program and talk it over. And Jake Reynolds is in there talking to MD 2020 already this morning. Subscribe to the TMA YouTube channel. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and subscribe to it. And yesterday, Jackson and I went live on QFTA. That stands for Questions from the Audience. You can send yours in, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. And Jackson was saving people's marriages yesterday.
Was he really?
This guy, he's 27. He's St. Louis's most eligible bachelor. But yet he was saving people's marriages on the podcast yesterday.
How'd you do that?
Just some advice. You know, sometimes you want to go through the right processes to make sure what you're doing, that is probably what you shouldn't be doing, is the right thing.
Doug, to make sure what you're doing, it probably isn't the right thing.
Wow, it sounds like you really saved a marriage.
That's right.
That's advice you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, that's damn right.
Good job, Stephen A.
Just essentially, you know, like, let's make sure we're running things through the process before we make a rash decision, which I think, based on some numbers on marriages, people aren't doing.
Like what? Give me some examples of the processes.
What was your counsel?
You sound like you're breaking the press, Coach.
If it's a man press, Martin, just clear out. You got to clear out.
Why, this guy's a ball knower.
Which is essentially what I've suggested in many ways.
Yeah,
TSL, Doug, teasing, time spent listening. Go check out the Tim McKernan Show podcast.
Jackson will save your marriage.
You're not going to get any meat.
This guy's just gotten better at teasing. He went to teasing camp.
It sounds like he just said, don't do certain things.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Communicate.
But sometimes you have to, like, find your own way to that answer, you know? If I just tell you don't do that, it might not ring true. But if I tell you do this, then maybe you can be in a better shape. Kurt seems distressed over there.
Now?
You are a counselor.
Kurt seems distressed by my counsel.
I was listening live to it yesterday, and I've listened to this show and some of the ancillary shows in this network for...
Don't say ancillary.
I like that.
I think it's the right word.
For 2 decades, and I've heard some things, but yesterday, I think just considering who it came from, the fervor with which it was said, it was one of the more shocking things I've heard in the TMA universe.
What was the sage advice?
Shocking.
Other than don't do certain things.
It was really more do certain things.
Yeah, more of what to do than what not to do.
This guy
Any
saved.
specifics, Doug? Have you heard any specifics?
I'm digging, trying to get some. Nothing.
Just be true to yourself and be true to the marriage, Doug.
All right.
Always be open and listen.
Jackson's literally keeping his head down. He's not making eye contact.
He moved on from us.
I mean, you guys are asking me questions. I'm trying to get this thing up, trying to find the damn password. Let me do one thing at a time.
Okay, Tim, you were there.
I was.
Okay, maybe you can articulate to Doug, who's asking the question, and I'm kind of interested now, too.
Well, we got better at teasing, Jackson.
You sure did. Yeah, you just got to listen to the podcast.
I'm going to go leave. I'll be back. I'm going to go listen to this damn show. Doug, I'll come back with a full report.
Thanks. He saved marriages by saying do certain things. That's the advice.
A summary, if this were, would you enter it into Grok? Would you enter it into ChatGPT?
Well, you don't need that when
I
you
don't
got
trust
me.
it yet.
Well, you're not answering their questions, though. You're looking down intentionally. You won't make eye contact. Is this the left side of the infield you talk about?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Doug, what's the question?
Give me some specific examples of what to do, what not to do. Don't just tell me you've got to do certain things.
Always just in the world, stay faithful. You know, loyalty is a rare thing in this world, and if you can do that with the person you love the most, then you should exercise any and all options to do so. That's the
exercise all
summary of that's the summary. Exercise in more ways than one.
Stay faithful was the key.
Essentially.
Okay.
But he gave you specific, and I mean specific instructions on how to stay faithful.
Oh.
These weren't platitudes. This wasn't some self-help guy. Jackson listens to all these podcasts where guys who lift a lot of weight scream at you.
Yeah, guys who are like 23 who are somehow have a Lamborghini telling you that you're a loser if you don't have a Lamborghini. I listen to those pretty much on a loop.
Bros?
Bros would be putting it lightly.
How'd they get the Lamborghinis?
You got to attack life, man. What are you waiting for?
Like either
go get what's yours.
The NFT boom or the crypto boom? No. Who
Somali
knows?
daycare centers?
Probably not.
So, Tim, let me get this straight.
Yep. I'm taking questions.
Okay,
Jackson, unfortunately, is tending
he's
to
a little-
monitor two in the studio.
Got busy work over there. There are 5 people in this room.
Yep.
All either are married or have been married, but the one dispensing marital advice is the single 27-year-old.
In fairness, I said on multiple occasions that, remember, I am unwed, so this is just my...
Observation.
This is for me from a bird's eye view here.
That's correct. Well, I posed a query to Jackson, And then he delivered a wonderful answer. And he just raised his hands.
Like he scored a touchdown to win the national championship.
Right. That was Kurt Warner with his hands in the air 26 years ago. 26 years ago. Jackson, it was 26 years ago that Kurt Warner hit, who was it on the first play? Isaac Bruce against the Minnesota Vikings. 26 years ago today, and that is why you raise your hands in the air. What a tribute.
I thought about that this morning on the drive in, just thinking about Kurt Warner.
That play was about as loud as I've ever heard a stadium.
What about when Drew Bennett caught a 3-yard out pattern?
Not so much.
Okay.
But I bet they about blew the roof off the stadium on that play. Those are fun times. Really great times in St. Louis. And now we got nothing.
Jeez. Billiken, tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be there. Who's going to be there for the Richmond game? I'll be there. Anybody? Nurse?
I need
Nancy?
to get. I'm going to the Dayton game. We're 2 weeks out on
I'm
that.
going to the Dayton game too.
Oh.
Doug, you going to the Dayton game? We all
Well,
went
I'll try
last
to
year,
get
remember?
there. Yeah, I'll try to get there. I don't have tickets secured yet, but I will try.
Coming up in next week's QFTA, Jackson will tell you how to get tickets.
Oh,
Games.
have to
He'll
listen.
save your marriage in week 1. He'll get you tickets in week 2.
Okay.
And it'll be the same sage advice. Trust the process. Do I need tickets? Yeah, trust the process.
And the website.
Guys, you know what makes this show special? It's with your producer / board op and how he completely checks out smack dab in the middle of a conversation. That's from the Dover Soul.
I struggle sometimes with multitasking. I wanted to get this TV up to get what was asked.
Why are you yelling at me? You're looking
I'm
right
just-
at me
I'm
and
not-
yelling.
I'm
Left
not-
side of the infield.
I'm not. Me looking at you doesn't mean that I'm addressing you personally. I'm saying that I sometimes struggle and I wanted to get it up. Otherwise, it would take me 25 minutes to do it because I can't multitask sometimes, especially while
understand.
talking on live radio. So sometimes I got to
All
lock
right,
in.
Calm down, boy.
Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy.
To be fair, we often throw things at you like assignments. And, hey, will you turn that on? And then we start talking to you. But I think I've buried the lead already. Doug, I was at the MAC last night. They had a great Cardinal 2011 reunion. Gentleman walked over. I was covering it for the 2 Fox. Danny Mac was hosting. David Freeze and teammates up there on the dais. The guy hands me a crumpled up napkin.
Did you bring it in?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
I'm handed
the MAC napkin.
I'm handed a crumpled
This
up
made its way in the TMA group chat last night.
I was talking to a gentleman, and another person comes up, crumpled up napkin, kind of secretly hands this to me, and I said, "Oh, thanks, whatever." And I'm like, "What in the hell?" Probably 5 minutes later, when I was done talking to the other gentleman, I open it up, and it says, "Doug can be the bottom." # TMA. And I thought, what in the world?
Was he tall?
And then I was racking my brain. Who gave me, like, I didn't really pay attention. Right. So then I start walking back in that big grand ballroom, and I'm looking around going, where's the weirdo? I couldn't remember who gave it to me.
You should have just gone person by person saying, is this
Excuse me.
this
a 90-year-old man in a wheelchair. Excuse me, sir, does this look like you're writing?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I wasn't going to really
Jackson,
workshop
you're
it,
going to
but-
tend to that right here.
And why would he hand it to you?
Because of, I
Did
was...
he think you were me? Because oftentimes people
Well,
will come up to
that's
me and
an
say, "Hi,
interesting
Marty."
They confuse you and Madden?
Oh, yeah, I get it many times.
Sounds like Big Walt after a couple of Bud Selects. Jesus, Marty. Oh, you're the other guy. No, I think it was just I was a TMA representative, and they were pass it along. I think, here you go. It's yours,
All right,
not
thank
mine. Here you go. I'm just a
It's
courier.
nice to clear that up.
Courier in all this.
Doug can be the, in air quotes, well, not air quotes, real quotes.
That's the kind of
Bottom.
stuff I get handed.
Well, are you interested?
How tall was he? Did he have strong hands?
Man, this is hot.
No, I don't want these kind of notes.
Another gentleman came up and said, "Martin, I watch Sports Final every night." I said, "Oh, that's great." He said, "I usually fall asleep about 10:45." And I said, "Well, the show goes till 11." He said, "Yeah, I enjoy the show. It's just I fall asleep because that's about my bedtime." I said, "Well, if you could, leave the remote on and we'll get credit for the ratings, I believe."
Couldn't he have just left that part of the
You'd think.
compliment out of the sentence?
Well, and then he said, "Are you still doing radio?" And this guy is probably about my age. And I said, "Oh, yeah, on 101 ESPN." He goes, "Oh, okay, I only listen to AM." And I said, "Really?" I said, "You're the guy. You're the last one standing." I said, "Well, I've had a few runs on that side of the dial." He said, "Yeah, I know."
That's all we know. Or HD2, as the case might be on this presentation. It's sad. All St. Louis can have now is these past reunion via sports teams and memories that are just long gone now. That's all the city has and can talk about. Doug, that's from Jay Killa.
Okay.
We're in the midst of a national championship run in which St. Louis University, Illinois, and Missouri are all going to be in the Final Four.
Right. We've got a good thing going with college hoops. My overwhelming concern at this point with the Cardinals, and I know it seems far-fetched, is that if they continue to bleed out their fan base with terrible teams in a city that's going in the wrong direction, what's to say the DeWitts don't sell the team and somebody says, let's go to a bigger market? Let's go to Nashville. I mean, that would just gut this town.
I do think MLB would step in. I think they would. It would be a hard sell to Major League Baseball for the Cardinals to move out of St. Louis.
You would think it would be an impossible sell.
I think they're more likely to expand.
On the table at this point.
I agree with that, but I think MLB is more likely to expand, whether it's Nashville, Orlando, Portland. That's what Manfred, among the great things he's thrown against the wall, Doug. Got a golden at bat, and we'll look into expansion.
Well, good news as a sign that Major League Baseball's economics are starting to equal out. The Pittsburgh Pirates signed Kyle Tucker to a 4-year, $240. Okay, what?
Dodgers.
I understand, because they already won the World Series the last 2 years and have everybody.
Right. Well, they just got more guys.
And what did he do? Like a 1-year, $5 million deal, and then he's going to test the mark?
4 years, $240 million. They gave him a $60 million a year contract.
Really?
This is yes.
Did they have to trade Ohtani to make room?
Nothing. This is a good player.
Betts?
Tucker. This is a good player.
They have to trade Betts to make room.
No, they traded nothing.
What about Freeman?
Nope.
That Will Smith probably had to go to make it.
What about like Tommy Edman and Eric Fetty doing a deal?
Give me your fucking feet.
They give Tommy Edman like $70 million. Say, oh yeah, we forgot we gave you. What'd we give you? $70 million? Yeah.
Sure.
For the record, he's projected to be their 8th place hitter in the upcoming lineup that now features Kyle Tucker.
How much money are they making there? Tucker's a good player. I don't think he'd say he's a great player. He gets hurt quite a bit. Last year he had 22 homers, 73 RBIs. He had 266. If Albert Pujols had done that, we'd have said, oh, he's done. He's finished. What's happened to him? He's lost it. And this guy gets $60 million a year.
$60 million a year for Kyle freaking Tucker? Mad emoji. No one can compete with that. That's from the St. Charles Illini, and they are not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I'll tell you this, considering we're sitting this one out in 2026, I love it because it adds to the fire leading into this offseason's inevitable work stoppage with Kyle Tucker getting $60 million from an organization that already is the Huntley of Major League Baseball. I love it. Doug, that's me. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it. 1988, Leslie Nielsen and O.J. Simpson.
You're hoping this turns even more teams against the current payroll disparity.
Well, as a proletariat, I think of the fans. I don't even know what it would be like to be in ownership.
Okay.
And so I think this will wake up even more fans to the farce that is Major League Baseball's economics. So good. It couldn't come at a better time right before the CBA coming to an end.
Doesn't it feel like the Dodgers just gave the middle finger to the whole discussion about disparity with franchises and potential salary cap? They're like, yeah, F it. Like it's almost like they've heard the narrative out there, like, all right, we're going all in. Everybody else can suck it. That feels like the Dodgers' mindset.
I don't care for it that much.
Well, there's that too.
The org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
Well, the Dodgers are.
Last year, the Dodgers' payroll was $417 million.
I think that's 41.7.
And a luxury tax topping $169 million, totaling $587 million in costs.
Okay.
But what did it lead to, you know? Just,
what do they have to show for it?
Exactly. Back to back.
Okay.
People don't like what the Dodgers are doing because it's not their team. If that was the Cardinals, people would be stroking themselves, telling everyone to get better. That's from the 3 and 4. There may be some truth to what that person texted in. I personally, respectfully disagree on that. I would not say that. I think that this is a disaster, and I couldn't care if it's the Dodgers or Cardinals or anybody in between. It is disastrous what Major League Baseball is in economically. And my hope is that there is an absolute explosion after this coming season with the CBA. And therefore, I am happy that the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker, because I think all it does is call even more attention to the farce that is the economics. Thank you, and God bless America.
Okay.
And I wanted to say, who's offering him $55 million a year? The Mets? The Mets were right there. Fell just short in their offer. Mm-hmm. I believe they were at $220 million. So there are a couple of teams every year that can throw this kind of money around. Just a couple.
Guys, I'll keep saying it. This is a Major League Baseball conspiracy. The owners are all in on this. They're letting the Dodgers spend like this to then make the argument for the salary cap, get a cap, and then they all win in the end. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, who says this is a meta play.
I don't know.
What do you think about that?
No, the other owners can't force the Dodgers to give Kyle Tucker that kind of money. They can't do that.
What if it comes out every other team is helping pay his salary, Doug, because it was a grand conspiracy? They have colluded before.
Yeah.
Can't rule it out.
That guy is an idiot and must not know a damn thing or care at all about sports, because all this is doing is ruining baseball. That's from the Thrilla in Manila.
And when he says that guy, does he mean Manfred?
I think he's talking about the texters who said Cardinal fans would love this if the Cardinals were doing this. And I'm sure plenty of Cardinal fans would, don't get me wrong. But looking at it from a health, like, for example, I love college football, but doesn't change the fact that I would be the first one to say the state of college football is not sustainable in its current form. I love Major League Baseball. I'm doing this because of my love for the Cardinals, and the state of Major League Baseball's economics are not sustainable. So, you know, you can look at your team also and then make an observation on the health of a particular category in the industry. And in this particular case, this is not sustainable. And it, I believe, will be coming to an end. It is just going to be one hell of a process with a work stoppage following the season.
And the Cardinals seem prepared for that, as they've got no one under contract after 2026. So if it stays this way and there is a lockout and we have no season in 2027, the Cardinals will have no payroll, as I understand it.
Sharon in Clayton is saying it's the fans' fault. Yell all you want, but the fans are to blame. If they didn't have our money, they wouldn't be able to spend it like that. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Well, I think the fans are just thirsty for entertainment. That's why they show up. And enough of them agree to pay exorbitant prices for tickets and hot dogs and parking and all that, that the money does go into the pocket, and watch on TV. Money does go into the pocket, ultimately, of the owners.
I think the Dodgers, they also make a lot of money in Japan, Asia.
Yeah.
I'd give Tim $60 million annually if I had it. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
And you would take it, and the rest of us would lock you out. Or we'd get locked out. Who gets locked out?
I don't really care because I have the $60
you have
million.
yours. Okay.
And I would just be hanging out and saying, oh, man, I hope you guys can get some. And then I would turn off my phone.
Just let Jimmy have all the money.
You can text in your anger, 314-399-9646, or you can express it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 165 people are in there early this morning and talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. I am going to self-immolate if I have to hear one more of Sharon's moronic text. That's from Kwame Voyukas the fourth, Doug, and he loves the Billikens. Rah, rah, rah.
Okay, what does it mean to self-immolate?
Jackson?
Does that set yourself on fire?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that's out there now.
Huh. Why doesn't he just say, set myself on fire?
Sounds cooler to say.
Yeah, self-immolate.
Yeah.
I got active phone lines here. And you always say Fridays are for phone calls, Doug.
Well,
314-974-0101. We will talk it over coming up in the next segment. For those of you on hold, feel free to stay on through our commercial break. The program is called TMA 101 ESPN. Doug.
Ethel Merman.
The Queen's birthday.
Now, this is music.
Yeah.
We went from Run DMC yesterday to Ethel Merman today. Diversify.
Doesn't get better than this, fellas.
CMA 101 ESPN, 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. Doug, you're going in there, aren't you?
I'm going to go in there next week. Yep. Oh, I've got a myriad of aches and pains he can take a look at, especially my shoulder. We'll see what he can do.
Well, it's healthcare-evolution.com if you are sick of waiting around to get in to see a specialist and then getting the treatment a couple months later and then maybe figuring out what's finally wrong. Go to healthcare-evolution.com and they can get you in for a free consultation today. That's Logan Taylor and his team at healthcare-evolution.com. 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt is filtering both the phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines and also the emails for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client. And Doug, it's going to get cold this weekend.
I know.
Any
I like
HVAC issues, all you need to do is go to DesignAirService.com. And when the temperature is 17 degrees tomorrow or 15 degrees on Sunday or 15 degrees on Monday or 15 degrees on Tuesday, or let's look ahead to next Sunday when it's -2 degrees. I said -2 degrees.
That's a week from Sunday?
That's right. That's right.
Championship Sunday?
That's right. You go to DesignAirService.com, and they will come out and fix it quick, fast, in a hurry. No upselling. They build their business by letting people know they're going to fix it and not upsell. That's how Seth and his team have been around for more than 100 years in the St. Louis area. The longest-running sponsor on TMA is DesignAirService.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Your Stiefel dossier today at 8:15. We'll be joined by Joey Vitale for his traditional Friday appearance on the program. The Colonel at 9 o'clock. And then U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio at 9:30 to talk about the slew to the Big East letter that he sent to the Big East commissioner this week. And then also, what has he got going on with college athletics, Martin?
He said something
in
about
addition on the SEC.
He referenced meetings with the SEC about NIL. A lot of people in the college sports world have said, we got to get this under control. We got to go to Congress, get them to figure it out. People laugh at that. How are they going to figure it out? But apparently there's been some discussion at that level about NIL, SEC. So he wants to come in and talk some Mizzou hoops football.
So Eric Schmitt, Senator, will be in studio at 9:30 talking about those sports issues with us here on the morning after. So the table has been set with the Stiefel dossier that culminates with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and you can compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We still have the incel from the other side of the couch leading, but Carlos Spicy Wiener's got to win, along with Sharon, Doug, one of the many female listeners, but this is Sharon D, not Sharon and Clayton,
That's
Mitch
right.
from Richmond Heights, Buck Swope, Harold with 2 R's, Shooter McGavin, and Ollie all have wins. Somebody's going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling for winning the email of the month, the morning after. At InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete. Chairman Kurt, how are the phone lines looking? You tell us where to go to. You are the filter. Where are we going?
Well, I'm going to give Doug the option here.
Okay.
Doug, do you want to spread some positivity, or do you want to talk to somebody that wants to talk to you? I could see that being some negativity.
Well, let's go for the positivity then.
Sure.
Line 1, Jackson.
A little pick-me-up would be nice.
Line 1, you are on line 1.
Hello, line oneer.
Is this Trent?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Oh, fine. You?
Pretty good. It's Dirk 3K here. I don't know if
Doug Dirk 3K.
What does that mean?
that's just my name in the text line. you know?
Dirk 3K.
Sounds like a
Okay.
video game.
I pulled an all-nighter.
Did you?
Because my schedule's messed up, so I finally was able to catch you guys live. Been podcasting since you guys moved to 101. So, caught every episode. So it's been really a good time. You guys have helped me get through some rough times this past year. So I just wanted to say thanks for that. I know it's your job and everything, but, you know.
Well, thank you, Dirk 3K. It's a wonderful little sentiment. We're happy that we could
This
help.
is the positivity you were looking for, Doug.
It sure was.
What's your work schedule?
Currently in between jobs right now. Okay. So that's part of the reason. But I've got some interviews coming up next week, so I had to get my sleep schedule right. Because, I woke up at 4 p.m. today, so that was bad. So now I'm fixing that.
Okay.
Well, good luck with the job search. I'm sure you'll find something soon.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great.
Tell them you're a TMA listener that usually gets you an executive offer right away.
Okay. Yes, definitely. Definitely got to do that. I got to tell them I know Tim. I know that'll get me a lot of phone area.
Okay. Put that on the resume.
Jackson dispenses advice. Do you have any questions for Jackson? Or not?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Jackson, shout out, 2016 alum.
Hell yeah.
As well.
Oh, Horton Watkins?
Oh, we got a Horton Watkins on the line?
Not a Horton Watkins. Calhoun High, not a Horton Watkins. But 2016, same year.
Nice.
Same year.
Nice.
Same thing.
So,
It's kind
Calhoun
of like
High?
Yes.
Yeah. The one that Martin covered that was doing the football thing for.
Up there. It's a beautiful
CBC?
peach country. No, that's that piece of the island up there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that peninsula.
Beach country.
Oh, Scott Twinkle Ball Sack.
Another peninsula.
Yeah, we have a lot of listeners in Calhoun. I love that area. You get on the ferry, Jackson, over there in Grafton, and then you get across there, and then just go for a nice little country ride.
Right, just like going to Staten Island.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys do a great job, and I just wanted to, say some good things. So, Doug, you're really funny. I like it when you get upset at people being sexual towards you.
Oh, gosh.
Not to put too fine a point on it.
Yeah, but that's specific, and I enjoyed that.
Martin, you got some really good dry wit that I wasn't expecting at all from watching you on the news.
Because I'm such a stiff.
Almost a left-handed compliment.
These are all meant to be really good compliments, I swear.
Yeah, okay.
Jackson, you're much better than people give you shit for.
The FCC restricts that word with the exception of Nick Saban.
Oh, he got too comfortable.
I apologize. Jackson, you're a lot better than people give you crud for.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate that.
I forgot I was on FCC guidelines. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're comfortable.
Chairman, great job on the phones and the email. Don't let the haters get you.
All right, Chairman.
Thanks, Dirk.
And Tim, what else is there to say that's not already been said?
I knew you were saving the best for last.
It was tough.
You got to. So, anyway, I'll end the call here. Let someone else have a turn. You guys do great. Keep it up.
Okay,
how
Dirk,
about that? God bless you, Dirk.
He never flirted with you.
No, we'll do that later.
Thought that was going
Off
to
air.
happen. That's when you flirt with the listeners.
Well, usually.
He'll let someone else have a turn.
Get this positivity off the phone. It's too much. That's from Mailman Rob.
It's too much.
Guys, no doubt that's the porta potty guy. That's from Mr. 10,000.
Could have been.
Shocker, you guys have a listener who's unemployed. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. And now, Doug, we're going to balance some of the positivity out.
That's not fair.
Time to go to line 2.
Haven't all of us been between jobs at some point?
Some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Could have been.
Now that you hear
What's
the audio?
creepier, that he would climb into the bottom of a porta potty or the laugh?
Just climbing in is as bad as
I
it
don't know.
gets.
That laugh's right up
The
there.
idea of being in one and then not liking the action in it and having to move to a busier one, that's what really creeps me out. It just wasn't good enough being there.
Chairman, you want me to call him?
I've been waiting on
I
it for
know you
months.
want me to.
I give
For
you
a
the
surprise guest. Trent Green yesterday. Porta potty guy.
I just worry that porta
Next
potty
week.
guy's going to go the same route as Sister Jean after I gave you her number.
Oh, no.
Little whammy. So who's the negative guy? We got another caller.
Now, in fairness to Kevin on line 2, I don't know that it's going to be negative, but he wanted to talk to Doug's, and I just read the tea leaves a little bit.
It's Kevin Miller?
No.
Okay.
Kevin, you are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with Doug Vaughn, 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel. Good
Hello,
morning.
Kevin.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Oh, I'm not too bad.
All right, then.
Okay.
It's a little chilly this morning, but it's going to get worse, I think.
Yeah. So what's on your mind?
Doug, I just have to say you're killing me.
How so?
Is there anything about the Cardinals that you cannot be negative about?
Well, I'm hopeful that Weatherholt comes up and becomes a stud player. Beyond that, I don't see a whole lot positive heading into the season. What do you see that I'm missing?
Well, I think that I'm in the minority probably, but the Cardinals have a chance to prove everybody wrong.
What does that get you?
Young talent.
What does that get you to have the chance to prove people wrong?
And make the playoffs this year.
You think they're a playoff team?
Suck it, Doug.
Well, I hope they are. I really do. It's been my team since I was a tiny little kid.
These kids have won in the minors. Why can't they win here?
Well, because most of them aren't kids anymore. They're mid to late 20s, and they've been around 3 or 4 years, and they've done nothing.
Well, I hope they prove you wrong.
I do, too. I'm with you there. I sure hope they prove me wrong.
I wasn't trying to be too negative, you guys.
Well, that's
you're
fine.
actually
Reasonable
positive
questions.
about the Cardinals, but you're mad at Doug's negativity.
Hello, gentlemen, and Doug.
That's right.
You see a lot to be positive about going into this season based on what they've done so far?
I mean, I just like some of the guys that they got coming up. We got Blaze Jordan, Bryson Motts, J.J. Weatherholt. You know, these guys are going to be, I think, staples in our team.
Well, I hope Weatherholt, I think everybody's got high hopes for him. Everybody all across baseball thinks he's going to be a terrific player. I don't know about the other guys. It takes more than one guy to be a contender, too, and he hasn't done it yet.
And I still have a lot of hope for Jordan Walker as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite players.
Obviously, the Cardinals have hope for him, too, but he's got to pick it up.
Well, I appreciate talking to you guys this morning.
Well, all right, Kevin. Thanks for calling.
I like that. I clipped that off right there at the end. I enjoyed it.
Right.
We'll let somebody else have a turn.
There you have it.
Doug, the phone line. See, this is why you say Fridays are for phone calls.
All right, who's next? Let's go. 969 Doug. Call in right now.
Doug or 314-974-0101.
Am I the only one on this presentation that doesn't think the Cardinals are poised to make a long run in 26?
Bold man.
Vaughn and I have been saying this is a world championship or bust in 2026.
I was waiting for the turn there of sarcasm, but I think he sincerely was remaining hopeful about the squad.
Yeah, the Cardinals certainly have their hardcore faithful who are with them through thick and thin. Whatever they do, it's okay. They've always got a shot. I respect that.
You can share your positivity as well, or negativity.
Let Doug have it.
314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to this program. And, of course, you can text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and join in with hundreds of TMA listeners by watching the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And that is youtube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And that is where you can watch the show as well. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at getbc.com. Doug, you want to take a guess on what their phone number is? Just
314-222-2222.
That's exactly right. Brown and Crouppen, local, founded in St. Louis in 1979, and the presenting sponsor of the morning after. Going back to 2023, Brown and Crouppen has been our presenting sponsor, and you hear from Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman in studio on Tuesdays because they are local. And if you need a personal injury attorney, why not get somebody who knows the local legal environment? They're local, they're here in St. Louis, and they can come to you for free if you are dealing with an injury. They don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. That's Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. The Dan Le Batard show is really not happy about
Miami again.
Yes. Frank Haith's guy, Nevin Shapiro, is also, it sounds like they might be ready for war in that building on Monday night. And I'm sure a number of people in the listening audience either are Indiana alums or know people who went to Indiana and may be going down there this weekend. This thing could get a little banty.
You think?
These Miami, wait till you hear this audio. I mean, they are banty roosters. Dan Le Batard's mad at Stephen A. Smith. Nevin Shapiro's mad at the odds makers. We'll have that for you coming up. Joey Vitale at 8:15. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Great day to go to the Village Bar for lunch. It's always a great day to head to the Village Bar, get a cheeseburger, some waffle fries. Paper, maybe you and I go to lunch today. What do you say?
That sounds fun.
Maybe we should. Village Bar, great place to hang out. Games will be on all weekend long. Blues tonight. Football playoffs all weekend long. It's just a great spot to hang out, meet some friends, take your coworkers, whatever it is. You're going to have a great time. And when you go in there, you park out back, you see the giant barn, kind of old school. Inside the barn is 1879 Distilling. That's where they make these premium spirits that are winning awards. Talking about 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, the Red Barn vodkas, all the different flavors. You can really taste a difference. And on Saturday, stop by Village Bar between noon and 5. That's when the tasting room is open. It's right next door. It's connected to Village Bar. A nice little secret there. It's a speakeasy, beautiful spot. Tasting room, noon to 5. Check out, sample the product on Saturdays, noon to 5, right next door at the Village Bar. Great website as well, 1879 Distilling. And hear the whole backstory there, why they started this, what inspired them, and again, award-winning brands taste the difference. Stop by the Village Bar for lunch, and then on Saturday, swing by for the old tasting from noon to 5. Find out more at 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I didn't know you worked with Cardi B.
Well, when I get in the studio, you never know what might come out of my lips.
Man can hit the post.
Is this another one of Jackson's remixes?
No, Doug did that live. You didn't catch it on the cameras, but he just said that. No, I did. It is another remix. I got some more, too.
Look at Papers.
Okay.
Look at Papers.
Are they selling? Making any money for us? Got a stack any Benjamins?
I don't know. Selling other people's licensed and copyrighted music probably isn't a great. It probably was great in the early aughts, LimeWire season.
Yeah.
They used to have in middle school. They would come to our school and tell us if we downloaded songs on LimeWire, we would go to jail.
Oh my goodness!
Who came to the school to tell you that?
It was about it was like an assembly about being smart online and not falling for stuff or doing stuff that was bad.
Did that scare people straight?
Yeah, it scared the hell out of me. I was like, I'll pay 99 cents for every song for the rest of my life.
You think anyone ever really did go to jail for stealing a song on LimeWire?
I don't think so.
Wasn't Napster kind of the
same idea?
Central.
I think the people who started the websites probably got in a lot of trouble, but
yeah, not the Johns.
No, not the Johns.
The program is called TMA. It is full of Johns. And Healthcare Evolution is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on the program. It's a program where Fridays are for phone calls. 314-974-0101. So far, 2 positive phone calls for the most part. But that is our brand. And the callers follow suit. 314-974-0101. Also, nothing but positivity in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Trooper Rick is talking to John Scores and the overbearing sports dad, and he changed his name from Chaim Bloom's spreadsheet. Is that all correct?
I think that's right.
That's all correct. Doug, have you seen the latest spread on the national championship game coming this Monday night?
No, I have not.
The number just keeps growing. Our sponsor, FanDuel, has it at minus 350. You have to bet $350 on Indiana to win 100 on the money line. And the number is up to 8.5 as far as the point spread goes. Now, they're not happy in South Florida regarding this. And it's Nevin Shapiro who went to jail for his love of the University of Miami. Would you go to jail?
Not a chance.
And Dan Lebitard's show, they are just really unhappy. So if you are an Indiana alum or just going to that game in general, heads up, they are not happy in South Florida. I think they're under the impression that it's going to be nothing but Miami fans in that building. I'm actually on the opposite impression of what they think. Jackson, what do we have here? Dan Lebitard's not happy with Stephen A. Smith. Nevin Shapiro's just angry as a little hornet.
Nevin Shapiro's a real wild cat. I mean, I don't know what to think of that guy. But Lebitard seems to just be perturbed by a stiff breeze that comes through South Florida. So you take a listen.
I'm driving yesterday, and Stephen A. Smith is saying no manner of hugely objectionable things about the world that I wanted to comment on every 5 minutes for the last 2 years. But finally, he pissed me off yesterday when he's like, does Miami have a chance? Is this even going to be a game? Like Indiana and Stephen A., you came sniffing college football 3 weeks ago. Don't try to pretend like you've been watching any of this. Miami's playing a home game for the championship. Do you people have no sense of history of what that means? Miami wins that game, always. Miami changes the fortunes of everything happening in football around here. When you bring it to Miami, throw the party at them. And Indiana, have you played this? Have you played this size of crowd? Because you went to Iowa, and Iowa, you struggled at Iowa. I was tough. And you went to Penn State, and Penn State was a failure this year, but that was tough. You've never seen this. This is Revenga. This is Scarface.
This was Floringa?
Is that what they were yelling under the interstate? Was that Interstate 95?
Well, that's the one that runs through there.
Yeah, and that was the opening scene of Scarface. Am I right? Was that Stephen Bauer? Was he and Ray Donovan?
I don't know.
And then Al Pacino, Scarface, he's playing. Tony Montana's playing basketball with like 100. There's like 100 people on the court. It's like a 50-on-50 basketball game.
Yeah, that's the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
But did the college football playoff give Miami a home game? I'm pretty sure the national championship game is not akin to a regular season home game. You know, a lot of corporate folks, of Indiana folks. This is not just like 5 Indiana fans are making the trip to just sneak into a good old Miami game. I don't see it as a home game.
As a gentleman, and I am a gentleman, Doug, you've always said that.
Very much so, yeah.
Holding a Miami Futures ticket, I love the confidence of the Dan Le Batard program. However, I don't understand it. I hope he's right, but I don't understand it. And we can just isolate it on one of the things that they keep going back to, which is this is a home game for Miami. We have seen programs and NFL teams get a chance to play home games, quote unquote, for the Super Bowl. And it doesn't turn into playing at Ohio State on a Saturday. As you were just saying, Martin, it's corporate-y. And in this particular case, for Indiana fans, many of whom have some money and are looking at this as a once-in-a-lifetime, I cannot believe this is actually happening to our school, our alma mater. We will spend whatever, and we're going to go down to South Florida with our friends for a weekend and get obliterated and then go to the game on Monday night to watch our school win the national championship. I think they are going to have a bigger presence in that building than Miami. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I think is going to happen, so I don't understand the rationale.
Well, I think his outrage that Miami has just been dismissed as an alum, I could see that stance somewhat without whining about it every day. But he's now saying basically Miami's going to roll Indiana, right? So now it's a bold prediction.
Yes.
It's one thing to say, this sucks, man. It's going to be a great game. Give Miami a chance. How can you just dispatch them? Now it's even stronger. Miami's going to roll Indiana. Like that they're a bunch of nobodies. Yeah, you went to Penn State, you went to Iowa, but this is the U. They did go to Oregon and win. He didn't mention that.
I haven't heard too many people outside of Dan Le Batard and Evan Shapiro, who you're going to hear from momentarily, and he's a Wildcat.
Yeah, real Wildcat.
Went to jail because he really likes Miami.
He did. Got Frank
guilty, Your Honor.
That think that Miami's going to win this game straight up. Now, 8.5 points, that's a different conversation, but there's not a trophy for covering. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm hopeful. It just would be very difficult for me to see what's going on with Indiana and then go, Miami is going to roll them. I could see Miami winning, certainly, without question. I could see it, but I can't fault anybody for thinking that Indiana is just that we're witnessing a 2019 LSU kind of operation, and whoever is in their way is going to get throttled.
Do you think maybe Dan Le Batard is just playing to his local audience?
I don't.
I mean, he didn't want to face the kind of. He didn't want to get a shellacking like what Kevin gave me for being down on the home team.
I don't think he's doing it for shtick.
He's a national guy anyway.
I think when he was at ESPN, he probably despised the Stephen A's of the world with their takey work. I think he was probably always waiting to get away from ESPN to really let those guys have it.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that I'm that upset about or that I'm that passionate about that he can spend every day going, I cannot wait for their show. I don't know where to find it, but on Tuesday, whatever happens Monday, I cannot wait.
Do you subscribe to Evan Shapiro's podcast, Martin?
Not yet.
Well, maybe you'll want to hear this. Jackson calls him a wildcat. He's not happy either.
It's insane. The disrespect. You're out of your mind.
Hey.
I cannot believe the disrespect coming our way. Mike, I can't believe the disrespect. When I saw the line, like the first thing I said was, what? Is that a joke? And it is a joke because Indiana is good. But if you tell me they're an 8-point better team than the University of Miami, you're out of your mind.
Oh.
What's with the sound effect?
I know.
Is it like a movie trailer?
Next week, when Jackson tells our audience how to save their marriage yet again, I want those sounders under the audio.
Unbelievable.
Did he put that out as a snippet to tease the actual show?
It's like the trailer from Crimson Tide. Like, why is it so dramatic?
Can I hear it again?
It's just one guy in a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, he is wearing sunglasses. We need to start.
Is he driving a Lamborghini?
Talking about how he thinks Miami's going to win. It's not that dramatic.
Can I hear it again? I need to hear because of the sound effects, and I'm thinking this is going to juice up. Everything I do now moving forward will include sound effects.
It's insane. The disrespect. You're out of your mind. I cannot believe the disrespect coming our way. Mike, I can't believe the disrespect. When I saw the line, like the first thing I said was, what? Is that a joke? And it is a joke because Indiana is good. But if you tell me they're an 8-point better team than the University of Miami, you're out of your mind.
Hey, watch the language.
Wow. And Hans Zimmer in there
And
on the score.
And who's Mike?
Indiana was 34 points better than Oregon and 35 points better than Alabama, and they took the foot off the gas pedal at the end of both those games. That's how good Indiana is right now. So to think they're eight points better than Miami, I'd say, yeah, going in for sure. I bet if you asked Dan Lanning and Kalen DeBoer if they think Indiana's 8 points better than Miami, they'd probably tell you, oh, yeah.
I was listening to Stanford Steve on the Scott Van Pelt podcast talking about it. He was talking with some of the coaches who have faced Indiana. I got the sense one was Kalen DeBoer. I think they have a rapport with him, but he didn't name them. And he said the thing is they're so well coached and they are so physical. You just don't know it or expect it until you're actually in the trenches with those guys. And it's so difficult to move the ball on them. So I understand when he's talking about, well, look, they almost lost to Iowa. And they needed that incredible pass and catch against Penn State to win there. And they did play Ohio State just like Miami did. And Miami played Ohio State better than Indiana did. I understand all of those things. From my standpoint, I look at it, if Miami were to fall behind by 10 points, I just would see Mario Cristobal going, oh, my God, we got to pass it. And then at that point, it becomes a snowball going downhill. Miami's success requires them to be able to run the football. And they have done so effectively against some great run defenses in their run in the college football playoff. I think that's an important piece of information. But I worry as a Miami fan on Monday night, solely for my gambling purposes, that it's going to be a problem if they fall behind by double digits.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to use the logic about like, well, maybe this will be the Indiana team that played Penn State. That's the team that's going to show up. Well, then is this going to be the Miami team that lost to Louisville or lost to SMU that also shows up? You know, it's like it can go both ways. Indiana just hasn't lost. Good teams find ways to win.
If Miami plays like they played against Ole Miss, they're going to lose by double digits with penalties and the dropped interceptions and goofball play calling. But, you know, if they play like they did against Ohio State, they absolutely can win the game. I do think they're being dismissed, but I certainly understand why they are an underdog of the magnitude that they are.
Yeah. Little Bearcats called him an absolute cornball.
But I think disrespect to Miami would come more from like how good Indiana has looked, especially the last 3 weeks. You know, I think
everybody's praising Indiana as opposed to just trashing Miami.
And then maybe that is like in a way dismissive of Miami, but I just think it's more of a credit to Indiana than anything.
Indiana scored 50 or more points 7 times this year.
Yeah. Including against Illinois, dropping a
63 bomb on it. Yeah. And they're an older team, too. Aren't they really? Got a lot of
their
guys
average age
23.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox. And talk it over in the TMA STL YouTube chat with 230 other TMA listeners watching the program. And email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That will come your way at 9:45. The incel from the other side of the couch is the leader so far on Friday, January 16th. 2 more weeks to go in this competition. Is it the incel's time on this program, Doug? Or has it always been?
I don't think it's his time. No.
Design Air is the sponsor of this $10,000 HVAC giveaway the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you're a Design Air client, just like me and Doug.
Love Design Air. Had them come out in November. We needed a new HVAC unit. Walk you through the whole process. All these things that have changed over the years. That's one of the great things about our conversation. We had beers with Seth, talked about the industry, how his family has been involved for more than a century, how the industry has changed. So when you sit down and talk about the options, they start telling you the humidity in your home, the air quality, all these things that have changed over the years. Get the best. That is Design Air. Installation made easy, the whole process, start to finish, you'll be satisfied. And the team there, it really is a team at Design Air. We love the entire staff. Doug gets a little weird talking about them, but it's a great staff. You'll find out for yourself whether it's a repair or a replacement. Get online, designairservice.com. They are the longest running TMA sponsor. For a while, Seth didn't want us to admit that, but now we actually can tell you that. Longest running sponsor. They bring you that email of the day, and what a big old prize this month, giving you a brand new HVAC unit. It's just a great company. Family owned for all these years, St. Louis based. It is designairservice.com.
Joey Vitale at 8:15 on the other side of our commercial break here at the top of the hour as we leave the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour to go into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The Cardinal win total for the upcoming season has been set, Doug.
Oh, it has.
And you're going to get a chance to guess what it is.
Okay.
And we will tell you what that number is set at. Plus, Kyle Tucker and his $60 million a year deal to go to the Dodgers for 4 seasons, getting all kinds of response this morning as baseball heads down toward its work stoppage. We'll have that for you coming up. Joey Vitale at 8:15. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Music right here.
Jim
We'll be
Stafford's
playing this
birthday.
at watering holes throughout the area this weekend. How old is he?
He.
Is he deceased?
No, he is 82.
Oh, is he that old?
1944. That'd be 82.
The program's called Morning After. We have Joey Vitale coming up in the next segment here on the program. Doug, Las Vegas has set the number for the Cardinal over-under win total.
Okay.
To give you a point of reference, following the signing of Kyle Tucker for 4 years and $240 million, the defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers win total is set at 101.5.
Oh.
Okay. The Yankees are on top of the American League with their win total at 93.5, the highest win total in the National League Central. Chicago Cubs at 90.5.
Okay.
Where do you think Las Vegas has sent the 2026 St. Louis Baseball Cardinals?
Well, last year they won 78 games.
Covered the over.
And they have traded away their best pitcher and maybe their two best position players with almost nothing to show for that in return. So I would say I'll put it at 70.
Martin.
70 would get you, what, 92 losses? Just a little low, we too low. 73.
Jackson Burkett.
I saw it yesterday, so I
he
recuse.
He recuses himself. Doug wins because he didn't overbid, but Martin was closer. 72.5 is the official number. 72.5. Only the Angels at 71.5. The Nationals at 69.5. And the White Sox at 66.5. And, of course, our friends in Denver at 54.5.
Well, they won 43 last year.
Are lower than the St. Louis Cardinals for the 2026 win total. Hello again, everybody.
Yeah.
Pirates, by the way, 74.5. So that means cellar dweller.
Okay.
Well, maybe caller Kevin can call Vegas and let them have it. Instead of taking it out on...
What's up, Steve?
Vegas is being very negative on the Cardinals. I don't get it.
So I see Matt Holliday's the only former Cardinals speaking out how pathetic the Arenado Diamondback deal is, on the hook for $31 million and gifted a non-MLB pitcher. Bloom, just get fatties in the seats. That's from the 407.
Bloom, just get fatty in the seats.
Lance Lynn was critical as well.
Here we got that. Take a listen. Where is this from? Is this from the Cats podcast?
Cardinal territory.
Cardinal territory. Let's take a listen.
I said, well, we were on text saying, hey, let's get on here. I was like, I've got carpool at 3, so that's my no-fly zone. But I think my original response was, I absolutely effing hate it, I think was what I might have sent to the group. And here's why. I hate the amount of money that was given up for one prospect that was drafted in the 8th round last year. It's a big what if. Arizona got Nolan Arenado for $11 million over the next 2 years. That was what I hated. I think that on their end, it's like, hey, we're giving up a prospect that we haven't even really seen pitch yet for Nolan Arenado and only paying him, $6 and $5 million. But here's what, when you kind of relook at everything that's gone on, the handcuffs that were put on him and what he's had to deal with trade-wise this year because of the no trades. And I think that the list for each guy was so small that he was kind of stuck. But the amount of money given out on all the trades have kind of hurt me with the lack of, let's call it, high-end prospects coming back. I think everybody's been kind of listed as maybe a ceiling as a number 3 starter, kind of fits in as a depth role and or a mid reliever. So I guess the idea was, hey, let's just see how many arms we can get, and hopefully one of them or two of them hits has kind of been the gist of it.
Yeah, that's my feeling exactly.
I thought the more money you would give to a team, the better the return. And that's why I agree, and I said that the other day about the Arizona deal. You got to get rid of Arenado. You got to find a taker. You got to give him some money. But the amount 31 of the 42, so he's essentially going to. They get him for free, more or less.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, Martin.
So I just thought they would get a little more in return.
AJ Przinsky on foul territory likes what the Cardinals and Bloom did.
Good for
This
Chaim
is what
Bloom.
Chaim Bloom is good at.
What?
I will give Chaim Bloom credit for this. I mean, remember he had to trade Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he didn't, although the return wasn't that great for what he got from Mookie Betts, but he's very able to find in places to send guys that at other times they don't think they're tradable. Like Mookie Betts, he got traded. He has now had to trade Arenado right on the job, right? He traded Sonny Gray. He traded Wilson Contreras. These are all guys that had no trade clauses, and he convinced them all, like, hey, guys, we're not going to be very good. You guys should all get traded. Now, Gray and Contreras both went to the same place in Boston. Arenado goes to the Diamondbacks. It's fascinating. Chaim Bloom is. I love Chaim Bloom. We had him on at the winter meetings. He's awesome. I think he's great at making these moves. Now, the question for Chaim Bloom is, can he take it to the next level and actually build a winning roster and then be able to oversee it once they get good?
I disagree on Sonny Gray and Contreras being untradeable. Now, it's different saying, the different argument is he's good at convincing them to leave. I think it's a pretty good argument. Hey, we're going to be god-awful. You want out? Oh, sure.
How hard is that, though? How hard is it to trade a good player and you're paying most of his salary? Why would you get back pats for that? How hard can that be?
Now, I agree that Arenado was probably almost impossible to move for all the different reasons.
It could be that trying to move him the last couple of years, this is about all anybody was going to give you in return.
Well,
and that's why they didn't get anything done earlier.
Well, him nixing the Houston deal last year was a disaster for the Cardinals as well as Arenado. So that's a year ago. You could still, I think, make the sale to another team. He's got something left in the tank. Just a little bit of an off year here. He's pretty close to having been playing at a high level. Now, 1 year later, after another bad year, bigger drop-off even, it was almost an impossible. So I would not have wanted to try and package Arenado at this point. But I don't think Contreras and Gray would fall into players who were untradeable.
No, I think this is a great trade for Arizona. A great trade. You gave up virtually nothing, and you're going to pay $5 or $6 million a year for still a pretty good third baseman. I bet there aren't many third basemen in the major leagues making any less than that.
If I'm them, I'd take a shot at it for sure.
Yeah.
People are looking at this the wrong way. You did not send $30 million to Arizona. You sent Nolan to Arizona and $11 million and got a pitching prospect. The money was sunk cost with that contract. It was already gone, whether it went to Arizona or to Arenado. That's from the 310. I apologize.
And I just don't agree with that thinking. To say you got a prospect, okay, that could be anybody in the minor leagues. Well, look what you got. Yeah, well, probably won't even make it to the major leagues. If you're going to pay the money anyway, the $31 million, why not have him on your team?
Because you're trying to get some younger players.
I understand. Yeah, I get that. If they had some hot prospect that was ready to come up, if they definitely say he's our third baseman, then okay.
But the fact I think the fact that Gorman is going to be the first option is what makes it less exciting.
Yeah. I mean, I think we know what Gorman is at this point.
But I think it was time for Arenado to go. And it's the same thing with the $60 million that they've given up this offseason. They're paying $60 million for guys to play elsewhere. But on the flip side, you're saving about $60 million that you would have spent. And then you can get all these young arms, which may work out.
Guys, Derek Gould explained it as Arizona paying for Nolan Arenado's defense and the Cardinals paying for the future offense. That's how he broke it down over the next couple of years. Arizona was not willing to pay for his potential future offense. That's from the 314.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. You get the whole player. You get offense and defense. You get them both, regardless of who's paying for it. I just think if you're Arizona and you think you might be a contender and you can add a player of that quality, even though he's not who he was 4 or 5 years ago, and it costs you next to nothing, I think you jump up and down and say, yes, please.
Tim, I don't want to Tim source here, but do you have that list of win totals projected?
Sure,
and
of course I do.
What about Arizona in terms of their play? Because they're in that
79.5 is what they are set at, Martin.
Okay. If I'm Arenado now, I'm a little depressed. Look at it. Just got to get out of St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think people believe Arizona could contend for a wild card. I don't think they're going to run down the Dodgers in the West. Padres are still there. Giants maybe on the uptick, but maybe a wild card potential.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're thinking. Even if you're not a contender, it's still going to probably cost you $5 or $6 million to have a third baseman, regardless, no matter who it is. And to get one who might still surprise you and come to life in a different setting, that's a fantastic deal for them.
For them, yeah. No question. I mean, they have very little risk.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at it personally, and I know we just disagree on how we see it, as the Cardinals are clearing space. And even though they are paying $31 million, they are still saving $11. And in their mindset, the truth is, even though they can't say it, they are not looking at competing in 2026. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. I'm not saying, oh, this is great. But I understand that this is the necessary step in order to get back. And unfortunately, it is where the organization is at this point. But I think they are doing the right thing. I know we disagree, but that, I believe, is their logic. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in and give your thoughts on the topic. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of the text inbox on TMA. And then you got Michelob Ultra as a sponsor on the YouTube chat, where plenty have gathered. 250 on the nose are in there. Joey Vitale is going to take us on an odyssey. So enjoy your psychedelics, because that is coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. It's getting cold. You need that thing to work because you don't need your wife or your kids trudging through the snow. If that garage door has any issues, give my friend Jason a call at Schaefer Door Company at 636-782-3608. Check out their website at SchaeferDoorCompany.com. A great small business here in St. Louis, but they will take care of all your needs with that personal touch like you are family. So give them a shout. Give them a call, text. They will respond quickly. 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Doors, a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, look who's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's friend of the program, Joey Vitale.
Oh,
Morning,
okay,
Joey.
great.
I saw Doug earlier this week. Doug and I had dinner together.
What?
We sure did at the MAC at the Blues event.
So you guys got a table, a private
It
table.
wasn't a private table. There were 7 other people there, I think.
It was pretty private.
Well, okay, it was private.
White tablecloth, filet mignon. We had potatoes gratin. How was the dessert, Doug? I didn't touch the dessert.
Oh, it was a little like a chocolate eclair kind of thing. It was very good. The whole thing was good. The MAC knows how to do it.
Yeah, I don't eat dessert. That stuff's terrible for you, Doug.
Sorry.
You really got to watch the sweets.
I know. I let myself go.
Doug.
I know.
Watch the sweets.
Doug's getting food shamed when Doug's usually the food shamer, Martin.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a ceremony, Joey.
It was a great ceremony. Oh, gosh, it was awesome. It was, top to bottom. Sometimes those, they get really, out of bounds and off the rails, and especially with Holy, you really never know what you're going to get. But I thought it was just a wonderful balance this year. It was fun. It was entertaining. Had some wonderful guests there. Garth Brooks was there. TJ Oshie showed up for it, which was really cool because he did the Carolina game the very next night. So all things considered, it was a lot of fun. But I tell you what, it was sentimental. I mean, Brett Hall, whenever you can get him to kind of get moved to tears, where he's talking about Chaser and Steve Ott talking about, Alexander Steen, and seeing these grown men, these tough hockey players get choked up. It kind of puts things on a new level, and I think everyone felt the presence of it.
We ended up with a debate the other day about what players were there, weren't there, current players. And I don't want you to get into naming names, but I'm just curious, how do you think within any organization, when you're asked to go to something as a player, do they say, hey, this is one you really need to go to, or hey, it's up to you, or there's a sign-up sheet? How does that typically play out, for a player to be asked to go to something?
I think they kind of make an announcement, and, from what I remember, everyone is made aware of it. And then it's really kind of, I think, up to every player. I mean, every player is in a different situation. I think that for young players, it's kind of that unwritten rule where you show up for it. It's Marty, I kind of look at this like almost like an optional morning skate. An optional morning skate where day of a game, you show up, either it's mandatory or optional. Mandatory, obviously, everyone goes. Optional is, do what you need, right? Whatever your body needs at that moment. For young players, it's certainly, show up. You go on the ice, you do it. For an event like that, hey, you're a young guy. You really got nothing else probably going on in the hotel, or like I said, you're young, you probably have a family. You go to it. So that's kind of how I would imagine events like that take place. What's interesting is, you have, I look at a player like Braden Shen, and if there's anyone in the world who should not have been there, it's him. A couple weeks prior, he just had his first girl. The road schedule has been nasty. these past couple months with his wife being pregnant, having the baby. I mean, this is a guy that went out to Colorado on a private jet to catch that Colorado game, and then he flew right back home after. You just see the dedication in him. And last night, Monday night, we get back on Sunday after a long road trip. I would imagine that players like him, older veteran guys over 1,000 games, got kids at home, wives who's been, battling labor, now battling newborn, would love nothing more than just to have her husband home to help out. And I know that's probably where he wanted to be, but I think, players like Braden, he understands the big picture. He understands what legacy means. He understands what wearing the blue note means. And you can see it when he plays the game. It was the 2 games before that ceremony where 2 games in a row he stuck up for a teammate, one in Jimmy Snuggerud, who took the hit from Tanev in Utah, and then, of course, Stone, who hit Broberg. So he fights back-to-back nights. He understands what it means to be a Blue. And, you're looking for the players that were in attendance there, the current players, and they're hearing stories about Al Arbor, how he just battled through so much injury. And you're hearing about Kelly Chase, how Kelly would just fight just the biggest monsters in the league, including Tony Twist. Steve Ott was in the back of the room when I was kind of mingling and doing the crowd surfing. And, Steve's getting emotional, and he's like, everyone, look at the banners up there. Look at the eyes of Steen and look at the eyes of Jacqueline. And you're seeing, the passion, just come right through their eyes. And you hope that this next generation can see that because, guys, it's super important, and it's not a lost art. It's definitely something that's fizzling away from this game, that overall, that compete, that nastiness to the game. But you're hoping that you see young players kind of grab that and what it means to be a Blue. And that's why Bobby Plager was so instrumental to this organization, because he stuck around and he helped remind young kids what it meant. And I know it's something that, something that's very important to this team and the city. And like I said, you're willing and you're hoping that everyone, the young and the attendance there, could grab a little piece of that and bring it to the game.
Do you think maybe they did, going out the next night and shutting out a very good first-place Carolina team?
I think so, Doug. That was a fantastic win. It was a boring win. It wasn't a sexy win. Like I said, it's some of those things where you look at how a lot of teams win in this league, and the Blues right now, I don't think they have the horses that they can win the way the Tampa Bay Lightning are going to win. You can't win necessarily the way, Detroit's winning right now, especially without Robert Thomas, who's just got put on the IR. You're looking at Philip Broberg, who's inching closer back, but you were without him last game. So you were without maybe arguably your best defenseman all year in Philip Broberg. You were definitely without your best overall forward in Robert Thomas. And I thought it was a great game. And, you talk about the players a lot. Yeah, the players executed a great game plan. But you know what? You got to give a special shout-out to Jim Montgomery, because to me that was a chess kind of coaching matchup game where I think that Rod Brindamore was completely out-coached in that game. I think Jim Montgomery, that was probably his best coached game of the season, because he knew what he had and he knew what he didn't have. And he knew that if this team was going to have a chance against the Carolina Hurricanes, they are going to have to play the strictest, most patient style of game. And the biggest word is patient. Patience is everything in teams and games like that, where you're so outmatched. And for a player, you have the perspective where, we have nothing to lose. There's zero expectations. So you kind of take the pressure off. So let's go out there and execute a game plan. That game plan was just patience. Keep them to the outside and just keep advancing the puck. I talked on the broadcast about, playing tennis against a pro. I'm not a good tennis player, but if I play against a tennis pro, the only chance I'm going to have to get even a point is just by keep advancing the ball over the net and hoping that they make a mistake, they go long, or they hit into the net. And that's essentially what you have to do in hockey, is you just keep advancing the puck, you keep getting out of your zone, keep them to the outside, you get it on the forecheck, and just be patient, because, those high-powered offensive teams, they feel like if it's second, third period, they only got one goal or no goals, that's when they start taking chances, right? And then they start making their own mistakes, and that's where you can kind of counter. And in that game, it was patience all the way through. It was a sloppy turnover by them on the power play, and Bukestad takes advantage. And then it was another 2 rush chances, once on the power play and once on 5-on-5. So you take advantage of other teams' mistakes, and, Doug, that game plan, they're going to have to come close to it tonight again, because you're playing probably the hottest team in the National Hockey League coming to town in Tampa tonight.
Yeah, for much of the season, we clung to the fact that, they're only 2 out of the wild card. They're only 3 points out of the wild, and now it's fallen to 7 points out of the wild card. Do you think it's still pedal to the metal, try to get in the playoff race, or is it about time to think about next year and maybe moving some pieces?
Well, I think you play every game to win. You play the game to win. And I know that Jim Montgomery is going to play to win. These players, these coaches, they don't care about next year. They don't care what Doug Armstrong or Alexander Steen have up their sleeve. They don't know if it's a buy or a sell, or do you just continue to push the pedal down. I can only speak about a player's perspective on these situations. I've been in this situation, especially my first year in Arizona, where the next draft class was Connor McDavid and Jack Eichel, and the Coyotes, the Sabres, and the Oilers were the 3 worst teams in the league. We were battling for that bottom 2 spots. And if you got the bottom 2 spots, you had the highest percentage of getting either Connor McDavid or Jack Eichel, as we can see now, franchise-changing players. And I remember that situation where all those GMs would just sell. And I remember being in the locker room. And you know what? You almost want to kind of stick it to your GM sometimes when you do that, because the players don't care about anything. They don't care about draft picks. They don't care about the team next year or 2 years or 3 years from now. They care about now. They care about winning. And this is a head coach in Jim Montgomery that is super passionate about that, super passionate about winning. And, being around this team, especially on that last road trip when things were down and they lost all 3, this is a group that really cares, right? And they want to kind of turn things around for right now. They don't care. They're not looking too far deep in the future. But, you're looking at the situation from Steiner and Doug Armstrong's standpoint, because you're not wrong. I mean, the separation is getting a little bigger. For a long time this year, we've had so many games we played more than the other teams. So other teams have games in hand. We're going to start seeing those games in hand start to kind of separate if the Blues can't find some wins here together. So that makes it really interesting. This year, too, it's a very interesting trade deadline with the Olympic break. There's just not a lot of time. I don't think a lot of teams are going to want to be adding pieces before the Olympic break, which is February 4th. And then you have basically a 3.5-week hiatus where it's a freeze, where you can't do anything. And then you come back, and it's less than 2 weeks where you have to make a trade before March. So it's going to be a bit of a cluster jam when it comes to it. I think after the Olympics, right before that deadline, it could be a week and a half of more trades than we've seen in a very long time, because the GMs are a little pinched when it comes to time on it.
You said teams were battling for the right to draft Eichel and McDavid. When you were coming up, were there teams fighting for last place for the chance to draft you?
Not quite. No, not quite. I was a sleeper 7th rounder.
Oh,
Doug.
That's not bad.
Yeah, falling way asleep.
You kind of beat the odds to make it when you get picked in the 7th round, though, didn't you?
Well, there is zero pressure. There's zero pressure to make it. That's for sure. No, and I was a little overshadowed, but I do to this day. I am proud of this one. The 2005 Pittsburgh Penguins draft class was the greatest draft class. I was a part of that draft class. Greatest draft class in the history of the Penguins organization. That's saying a lot, Doug.
Yeah.
A couple other guys ahead of me, but big picture, I was a part of that, so it was exciting.
Who were the guys they picked ahead of you?
Just Crosby, my old teammate. You guys heard of him? Yeah. And then Chris Letang was picked up in the 3rd round of all things. The Hall of Fame, future Hall of Famer will be picked up in the 3rd round that year. So us 3 rounded out. I saw an article a few years back. Someone sent it to me, the best draft class in Penguins history. But, yeah, Crosby certainly did help that a little bit.
Yeah. Do you think any draft class that Crosby in would have been the best that the Penguins ever had?
What about Lemieux?
Was that disrespectful to ask?
No, that's a terrible question. No, of course not. No,
terrible question, Doug.
Maybe my 200-plus games and my face-offs and the shot block. I mean, come on. Without that, you don't make the best draft class.
Joey, are you feeling better? You still sound a little under the weather. Are we getting there?
Man, I feel like crap.
Yeah. Still, wow, that sucks.
I don't know what's going on. I haven't been fighting this for a couple weeks, but yeah, we had a broadcast the last game. We were radio only, where Alex Ferrario, the great Alex Ferrara,
to the rescue.
He stepped in and slid in for Kurt and I. We were both kind of fighting under the weather, but we're fighting it. We're battling, and we got a game tonight. You know, we're hockey guys. We're going to show up. We're going to do our thing. You know that.
Put your boots on for sure.
Work boots.
The work boots.
The Joey Vitale work boots.
Yeah, we got the Lightning. They won 11. You know what I like to say? That they're due to lose. They've won 11 in a row.
Ooh, man, they're a good squad. That Nikita Kucherov, he gets a lot of attention. I still don't think he gets enough attention. It's interesting, like the geographic, landscape of these players. You know, I always thought that Bo Horvat, when he goes with the Vancouver Canucks, he just never got the credit as a two-way centerman probably should. And I think a lot of it has to do with when those games start, the late starts. He's kind of on the West Coast. You kind of forget about guys sometimes. I think for Nikita, too, it's kind of in Florida, you know, and you don't think of Florida necessarily as a hockey hotbed, which is insane because of all the cups they've won in the last 10 to 12 years. But you just kind of think, like, you kind of forget about them, you know, and Nikita Kucherov tonight, he's one of my favorite players to watch. The way he looks like he's barely breaking a sweat. I mean, he plays the game the way every young kid wants to play the game of hockey. Now, no one else can do it, right? Everyone wants to slow it down and just take their time and just make all these beautiful passes. Kucherov just sees the game in slow motion, and the plays he makes are incredible, but it's also not by accident. I mean, it goes to show all the kids out there that want to be one of the greats. You know, Kucherov, he works religiously at his craft. He's probably the best player at picking pucks up off the wall. You watch that here tonight. I mean, he'll have a hard rim come right to his backhand. He picks up no problem in complete smooth motion, ready to make the play. And he takes about 50 to 75 just about every day at morning skate from coaches. So he works in his craft. And you know what? You got to give him credit because he's been a lightning rod for those Lightning lately, and he's going to be a tough player to shut down tonight.
Joey Vitale, Blues and Lightning tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pregame is at 6 p.m. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. And Joey Vitale is going to put on his work boots, Doug, despite not feeling well, and he's going to be down there on the call.
He's a hockey guy.
He's a hockey guy. That's exactly right.
Off to Edmonton for the weekend. Sunday nighter with the Oilers.
It's probably hard to stay healthy when you're traveling all the time. You're in airplanes.
Somebody said it's because Joey has 48 kids, and it's the kids' fault.
Oh, well, that could be too.
Yeah, could be the kids. Could be the kids that travel. We got a couple new bunnies for Christmas.
That's probably bunnies.
I don't think I'm allergic to them, but I'm starting to kind of wonder. But I can't get rid of Waffles and Buttercup. They're part of the family now. So
Waffles and Buttercup. Mm-hmm. Who made that acquisition?
This was a missus. This was the missus. My bride. She didn't ever really was allowed to have animals growing up. Her parents were very strict on animals. So now, you know, one chicken turned into 30, then turned into 2 rabbits, then we have a dog. We had a bird, Tinkerbell. Remember last year she flew away.
So you were Tinkerbell?
Yeah, I remember the story. Tragic.
I think got attacked.
Yeah, we got a new cockatiel as well for Christmas. We got Muffin. She was an exotic looking bird, but she just kept biting everyone, like literally drawing blood. So we had to return her back to the pet store.
Yeah,
so Muffin went back, and what's our bird? Chef, what's our bird's name? If he doesn't know his name, okay. He's saying
hey, there's my son's classmate, Doug Shep.
And is that right? Shep, the one who kicks kids in the shins? Is that Shep?
That's right.
Yeah, or Cookie. I think it's Cookie. I think we call him. But anyway, it's a gray one now, and she's a beautiful soul. She sings and tweets, and she hangs out with me, and she's awesome. So, yeah.
So maybe the fact you're running an illegal pet store is contributing to your health.
Petting zoo over there.
Yeah, well, you know, Jameson, your little one, he may come over they always do like a field day at their school. And they do like a farm day.
Going to go to Joey's house.
I didn't know you hosted those.
Yeah, and they come over to the house and they picked carrots last year. We got a carrot farm, and then we picked some eggs, and then they can play with the bunnies and the birds and stuff.
Is there any chance your monkeys out back got loose?
How much land are you sitting on?
Tonight, I got to tell you, it's a nice spread.
Boy,
it's a nice spread.
Yes,
he did
it is.
very well for going to CBC.
Mm-hmm. 7th round, baby.
We do not have any of those monkeys yet, Marty, but please keep that on the down low. I don't think my wife knows you can have a monkey here in Kirkwood.
Just checking.
She would acquire one if possible.
Just checking.
They're rogue. Joey, always good to talk it over with you. Hope you feel better, brother. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you, boys. Talk to you next week.
See ya. It's Joey Vitale with us here on TMA. Anytime you get a chance to be sick and fly to Edmonton, Doug, you take it.
God.
Wait for that flight.
Just being in that airplane air all the time, and you don't know who was in the hotel room before you were when you get there, and restaurant food, you kind of, you're drinking after other people have had the same glass. I know they clean everything, but you never know.
Just being on the road in general is not great when you're sick.
Yeah, because frequently you hear athletes got the flu or something, and usually most people in the prime of their life, in their age 20, especially alpha males like that, don't get sick a lot. but they seem to get sick a little bit.
People are more concerned that the kid's not in school. I think there are some Catholic schools today that have like a day off.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. We got a kid out today because it's teachers' conferences or something. So I don't know, but for people who are upset that Shep was at home to answer the bird name question, it could be that. Not sure. A lot of people at the beginning also said Monty was on the fast lane yesterday.
Yeah, I saw those texts. We were getting a bunch of texts about that.
Yeah, a bunch of people said Monty told the fast lane that they were only given 15 tickets for players or 15 for the Hall of Fame dinner and that 22 wanted to go. So I don't know.
I'd like to hear that audio. I hate to do that to you boys, but I would like to hear that audio. That I have to tell you this. My initial reaction to the text, which is why I want to hear the audio, that surprises me.
But I would think, and
I'm happy to be the one on the show carrying that flag.
Well,
I shall take the shrapnel.
So the point would be only 15 players were allowed to go, and so if Kyra and Thomas weren't there, it's because they couldn't get a ticket.
Right.
I would say, come on. You could get Thomas or Kyra
Doug, I just want you to know, I call.
Yeah, they could have thrown my ass out of there.
Yes, correct. Jordan Kyra wants to be here, but Doug Vaughn has got his spot.
Right.
So again,
I would have said, yeah, okay, I get it.
I'm not that worried about it. A lot of texters have brought up who was there.
Sharon and Clayton wants a full-fledged 30 for 30 on this.
Yes. But Monty apparently told the Fast Lane that it was a numbers issue. And there could be a sign. I've been in enough locker rooms where there's sign-up sheets for events, and maybe they said the first 15 get in. Maybe that's how they did it. I still feel like they'd what if Shen forgot to sign the sheet? Do you think they'd find him a spot, Tim? They'd probably find him a spot.
Once Doug and Joey sat down to that private dinner they were having off to the side, I don't know if they wanted to remove
We
Doug.
were in for sure, and everyone else will just have to do the best they can.
Not a big deal, but we're passing along the information we've been given.
That's correct.
I'll pull the audio.
And Papers here is going to pull the audio. He also has the drops of the week coming up on the program as well. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. An hour and 1 minute from now, somebody is going to get another point in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email standings. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. Send yours in. Somebody's going to win a $10,000 HVAC system courtesy of Design Air Heating and Cooling by winning the email of the month, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brian Krupp on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Dallas Mavericks defeat the Utah Jazz last night, 144-122. Klay Thompson, the estranged Splash brother, turned back the clock with 26 points last evening. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Man, these Jackson remixes, Doug.
Okay. We were doing so good with Ethel Merman and My Girl Bill.
Ethel Merman.
Now we do this.
It's also John Carpenter's birthday, so you'll probably hear some Halloween theme coming up.
Yeah.
It's a big birthday day.
Stacey Nelkin will join us.
Albert's birthday today.
It's TMA 101
And Brendan
ESPN. Fisher Window and Door, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental, also a longtime TMA sponsor. He asks you these questions. These are rhetorical. Are you struggling to eat steak? Are you missing a tooth? A denture that's floating around like a hockey puck?
Oh,
That'd be a bad beat.
it would be.
Get to know Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental. He is on Manchester and Baldwin. Complex rehabilitative dentistry, implants, reconstructions. They've got it all, and they're giving you the ability to chew and smile back to 100%. Most dentists charge you $500 just to find out what is wrong. Not Dr. Pryor. I can speak firsthand to that. Man, saved the day for me over the holidays. For the TMA audience, Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That is a $450 value.
Cut it out.
And that's on the house for TMA listeners just to see if you are a good candidate. Get your smile and your life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100. Or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them that I sent you for a complimentary implant consult. That is a $450 value free. 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor. All right, we got a lot of stuff going on here, Doug. All right. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. The Stiefel dossier, chock full. We got the drops of the week in this segment. We got Gabe DeArmond coming up the next segment.
Okay.
United States Senator Eric Schmitt involved with St. Louis. He's on a campaign to get St. Louis University into the Big East, and then some SEC and NIL activity that he wants to discuss in the program. He is coming in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Should we do 6 or 7 hours today? You want to do that?
Maybe 9. Maybe 9. 9 hours.
Martin, you got TV or what?
No, I'm off.
So we could do it.
But I thought Papers and I were going to Bellagio for lunch.
We can all go.
You're still going to go?
Would you do the show? Well, Frank would do it. Just call in on your phone and host the show.
That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad play at all. Jackson, you were searching for this audio. Jim Montgomery on with the Fast Lane yesterday. We, of course, are in the midst of a radio war with them, but nonetheless, we'll take their audio and play it on our program. Here's Jim Montgomery explaining that 22 members of the Blues wanted to go, but there are only 15 spots. Is that correct? All right.
I was really impressed at how many of the current players were at the dinner. Was this premeditated? Was it something that you guys had said you want players there, or was this voluntary from the players?
It was voluntary, but it was premeditated also because, I'm not sure exactly because I don't know the process, but I know we had 15 tickets and 15 players wanted to go. More players wanted to go, but we only had 15 tickets. I don't know if that's the seating because it was a full sold-out house. There wasn't an empty seat in the MAC. What a beautiful venue it was.
Okay, that's all.
All right.
15 seats available. So I'm wondering if Coach heard that there was some questioning of who was and wasn't there.
I like the idea of Doug being in the way of more players.
Vaughn had a seat. I will say, and I have some concerns about that. Well, like 100% accurate that if a player, let's just say if Kyra wanted to go and they said, sorry, we don't have a seat. But I will say when I walked in, Caruso goes, Dude, you're not staying for the dinner? I don't have you down. I said, I'm only covering it. I'm not staying. He was a little concerned.
Generous executive Mike
was
Caruso?
a little concerned that I was just showing up to eat. And I said, I'm doing some interviews and I'm leaving. Calm down, Sparky. I'm not looking for a free meal,
you call me
okay?
Sparky?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a cover-up like this since Watergate. I don't believe them. They would make room for another table. That's from Stephen Time, Doug. The brothers Time in alignment with Sharon and Clayton and Harrison's brother Master, who would like a full-scale investigation.
We sure are making a big deal out of who was at a dinner and who wasn't.
I think we don't care, but we're trying to, what is it, satiate the audience? Is it inform them? We're trying to
satiate them.
Yeah, we're trying to please the audience by giving them the answers they're looking for.
They don't seem satiated, Mark.
No.
Guys, I just want to make sure I understand. So you're telling me that the two highest paid players on the team can't get a ticket?
I wish they would.
That's Harrison's brother.
There's a guy outside. Hey, what you looking for? You want to sit front row? You want to sit back row? You want to sit next to Vaughn? There's a guy scalping outside.
They should have Copacabana it and just brought in a table, skip around everybody. You too. Don't you have jobs?
Sharon and Clayton with a tribute to Stephen Time of the Brothers Time, right on time. You like that, Doug?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of clever. I'm just not sure why we make such a big deal out of this. If somebody didn't want to go or couldn't go.
Right, I do think...
it's the Blues' big event of the year where they kind of pay homage to their history and their past.
Yeah.
It's a big deal for the franchise.
I think for people who are frustrated with some of the highly paid stars of this team maybe not having the passion they're looking for, they're tying that in with, hey, you should show up. If you have a passion for this team and its history and what it means, these are the types of things you should be at. So I understand why some place an importance on it.
So here from the 314 may speak to that. This is a coach trying to put out a fire. This banquet is a perfect example of why this team is not a team. It's all individualism, just like Craig Berube said. That's from the 314.
But you're never going to get 100% participation. No. And we find out Robert Thomas goes on the IR yesterday, and he, I believe, wasn't. I don't care who
Are
was.
people extrapolating too much out of this?
Yeah.
I think so.
You hate the note.
If they're in first place, would people be complaining about this?
No, they wouldn't.
Or if somebody had 30 goals but didn't go to the dinner.
And I don't know if in past years everybody showed up. It seemed like it was about the same in past years as it was this year. But there are people who think if Garth and I can get there, everybody ought to be able to get there.
What if they said we couldn't get Cairo's seat because Garth Brooks showed up? I think it's an overall frustration with the current makeup. That's what's going on. People are frustrated with this group, not only the results, but just sort of I don't know if it's collective body language. And I get it, the coach is not going to say, yeah, I think so-and-so should have been there. Just like Joey Vitale and Chris Kerr are not going to say so-and-so should have been there. I think it's Doug's fault for not taking attendance. A little notepad.
Yeah, I should
walk around.
Well, next time.
I don't see number 25. Does anyone see him?
I think that'd go over.
Is it true that Doug bought an entire block of tickets so the players wouldn't have seats because he knew the nitwits would get their panties in a wad and give you cuties something to talk about on this show? Sources are saying, still waiting for footage of his speech, thanks an Anyang. That's from Colts reporter Brian Henson. So you bought up all the tickets?
Just a couple of tables. Not many. You know, I had like $20,000 burning a hole in my pocket, so I bought up a couple tables in the front. That's
like
all.
50 Cent buying all the front row seats to a Ja Rule concert, so
Very
it'd be empty.
similar. Yeah, a similar type of deal.
Guys, I'm still dying that the answer was we can only get 15 seats for the literal players on the team. That is from Stephen Time, and now I don't know if he's going to be in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton or Harrison's brother Master, but they are in lockstep.
Why do people care so desperately about this?
Because they're frustrated with this squad, with this core. I think it's related to that.
I guess.
But I'm picturing an airplane when they have a shuttle, like going to the moon, and it's, very select people. There's a guy right there scalping. Hey, where you want to sit? In the front of the shuttle? The back? There's always a scalper. Next year, I want to go outside the MAC, Doug. On that night, I'm going to have some tickets. I'm going to scalp them.
I was at a fancy restaurant in Miami Beach once, Joe's Stone Crab.
Oh,
Have you heard of that?
Yeah, sure.
Key lime pie.
Got a really good table.
You dined there?
Yeah, I've only had the key lime pie. I had a friend bring me a piece of key lime lime pie.
Oh, so you were outside by the dumpster and somebody brought you some key lime pie, or you were dining there?
I knew about it, and I had a friend who was going to Miami, and I was at FGCU, and I said, please bring me back a piece of key lime pie.
So he drove across the state with a piece of pie for you?
No, when he came back to school, he brought back the piece of key lime pie.
So he did drive across the state with the pie for you?
Yes. Yeah, good guy. Shout out to Andy.
It's like when Iggy had somebody bring him back an In-N-Out burger. Remember that?
He wanted me to bring him back dirt from the Coliseum
in Rome.
But I waited about an hour for a table at Joe's Stone Crab. Then you got to pay the maitre d' on top of that if you ever want to get in. Did all that, got sat down at a pretty good table, and 10 minutes later they come and say, we have to move you to another table. Someone literally bought the table right out from under me. Had to move to a table back by the kitchen. I didn't know what was happening at the time.
Was it a bell of danger?
I don't know who it was. I just naively went along and said, oh, okay, there must be a problem somewhere. Sure, I'll sit wherever. I didn't care. But then I realized after a while, someone just bought the table I was at.
I think in New York, isn't that a deal where you buy your reservation, you pay to get in before you even have the meal? You pay.
Yeah, that's how it was down there. They didn't advertise that, but if you ever wanted to get in, you had to slip the guy a little something. I don't need that. I don't have that.
Did you offer to sign instead? Said I'll sign some things.
No, I was a complete non-factor. I was a little guy they could bully.
It is 9 o'clock in St. Louis. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Jackson, you got those drops of the week?
Right here.
Here they are.
Morning after. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Flip that off.
They're walking into a buzzsaw, bro.
So much beefcake.
Oh, my goodness.
Who cares about sports journalism anymore?
Black's white.
Fat-ass white girl.
Whoa.
It has begun yellowing and browning.
And
Quite
browning.
significantly.
Like browning.
They pretty much all sound the same.
No.
Yes, they do.
Well, then why'd you ask?
I am mad now.
Haitians, Jamaicans.
Don't talk to me that way.
As a matter of fact, he sits next to my horse partner, Lee Einseidler.
Well, I've never whored myself out to get a sandwich.
I like a bathhouse.
Thanks, and ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one.
Ask women to shave me.
I've got a landing strip.
Jews, Nicaraguans.
Is he still horny?
Oh,
Not gonna lie, it's pretty f***ing bullshit.
Oh, tell me again what a pog is.
Spanish. It don't matter, bro.
That was drops of the week.
It was really tight.
This Jackie Papers.
He's on it.
This Jackie Papers. You are welcome to email in 45 minutes away from the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Gabe DeArmond joining us next, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, the portal closes here in a mere 3 days. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
live in, which is called service. It is called service. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live.
TMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and James Carlton sponsors Gabe DeArmond's appearances on the program every Monday and Friday, and the Colonel joins us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Wonderful. What's going on with you? Are you excited that the portal's about to close?
A little bit, but I'm not sure that really, that doesn't change anything from our perspective because they can still add guys. All tonight means is you have to be in. You don't have to be out. Visits are going to continue. Commitments are going to continue. So I expect this to go another week or so.
Is that right? Okay, then I didn't understand that. So you just have to enter by tonight, but you still can go somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shows what I know, Doug.
Well, I didn't know it either.
Oh, okay.
Gabe's the only one that has that information. That's why he's on the show right now.
It's proprietary.
Yeah, no, I'm legitimately the only person in America who knew that.
I think so.
Good thing I'm on your show.
How would you assess how Missouri has performed so far in it?
It hasn't been great. They lost so much. It was a combination of two things. The last 2 years, they lost a lot of young guys, and everybody wrote it off and said, it doesn't matter. Those guys weren't playing anyway. We just replace them out of the portal, no problem. Well, eventually that catches up. They lost 21 freshmen over the last 2 years. You got to replace those guys at some point. So this year they're taking a lot of guys with 3 and 4 years left, and a lot of guys who haven't necessarily played or produced at this level yet. So, and I understand why they need to replenish the roster. The problem is between graduation, the NFL, and the portal, they also lost about 15 starters. And those guys have to be replaced. And because that depth has taken a hit over the last 2 years, a decent number of those replacements aren't on the roster. So you have to get those guys out of the portal. I think going into the last weekend, the last day kids can enter, I think Missouri still needs 4 or 5 starters that I don't think are on the roster. And I don't know if they're in the portal either, to be quite honest with you. So it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next few days. It's not time to write anything off, but right now, Missouri fans are a little down, and I think that's fair. I do not think this portal window has gone particularly well for Missouri.
Oh, well, that's good news. With the portal being so important these days, do they still spend as much time and energy recruiting at the high school level as they once did?
It's different. I think there was a clear shift in Missouri's philosophy this year, and I agree with it. You either take high school kids who are going to play year one, there's no question, right? The Donovan Alubade level kid, or you take kids who understand, hey, maybe you're not the level of recruit that's going to go to a Power 4 school and play in year one. So come here, we'll get you a little bit of money. It's going to take a couple years to develop, and then hopefully in year 2 or 3, you're in a position to kind of break into the lineup. Because what they've done the last couple of years is they've taken a lot of highly rated guys, but they haven't gotten on the field, and those guys have left because guys rated where they're rated want to play right away. And if they don't, they're not going to stick around, and that's what's kind of put them in this position. So I think there's been an adjustment to how they recruit high school. I wouldn't say they put less time or energy into it, but I think everybody's still kind of figuring out what's the balance here between the portal and high school recruiting. And every fan wants to find, what's the blueprint? Well, there isn't one. There's different ways to do it. You have to figure out the way that works at the place you're at, and everybody is still very much adjusting to this new world and how everything works and trying to figure that out.
So when this portal closes, when's the next chance to add potential starters or to fill those holes?
Next year.
Oh, wow.
Whatever they have realistically at the end of January, because like I said, visits are going to continue, there will be kids in the portal who aren't committed by midnight tonight, and so you've got a couple weeks to add guys, but realistically then that's it. And that's what Drinkwitz has said a number of times. He's like, look, your roster's set in January. We don't have the free agency period or the extra, we can't sign guys in June. I mean, you can, but the likelihood that there's going to be a good player out there, there will be guys still in the portal really into the summer, but the likelihood that there are guys in the portal that are good enough to be contributors at the SEC level, that goes away here in a week or so. So whatever your roster looks like at the end of January, realistically, that's your roster for next August.
Do schools like Mizzou have a committee of people that just go around begging donors for NIL money year-round? How does that work?
Mostly, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what everybody in the athletic department does. That's what Eli Drinkwitz does. Most times he gets behind a microphone, look, it's such a terrible model of, and it's not exclusive to Missouri. You hear these coaches all the time, hey, well, we'd sure like our fans to step up and give us money so we can buy players. We got to quit blaming the fans, man. It should not be on the fans to buy the team. You know what school you're at. You know what the situation is. It is your job to make the best out of it and go improve the program to a point where they want to give more money. But asking the fans to finance the roster has always it's the thing that has not made any sense since the start of this.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and he has been now for 7 years. Make the switch. He will save you money and give you great customer service. And that is one of the things that I know has been exciting for a number of TMA listeners, because automotive rates have been declining at a rate that James has not seen in his 18-year career. Make the call, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, Missouri and LSU this weekend. The Tigers getting the win over Auburn this week. Your assessment of the state of the Tigers and their NCAA tournament hopes?
A heck of a lot better than it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they're tied for the SEC lead. They've got 2 quad 1 wins, and I think Auburn's a quad 2 win because it was at home, and Auburn's not as good as they were supposed to be. But every game in this league almost is I don't know how big a difference there is between team 2 and team 15 in this league. On any given day, right? Vandy went to Texas and got throttled. Arkansas got run out of the gym at Auburn. So anything can happen in this league. I think they need to get to 10 wins, which means they've got to go 7-7 the rest of the way. 500 basketball the rest of the way will get this team in the tournament. They have a little stretch of games here at LSU Saturday. Next week they're home for Georgia and Oklahoma. Then they have a road game against Alabama and a home game against Mississippi State. They could go 4-1 in that stretch. If they go 4-1, they're going to be sitting 7-2 in this league. And you look up and go, all you got to do is win 3 more games. And so they really have a chance to make a little run and put themselves in a pretty good position. But, I mean, you look at the first 4 games, every single one of them has come down to the last 2 minutes. They've made enough plays in 3 of them and didn't make enough plays in 1 of them. So anything can happen in these games coming up.
I think a lot of people in the St. Louis area, this part of the state anyway, watched that Illinois game and thought, oh, boy, Mizzou's no good at all this year. But they've been pretty good ever since then. Is there any explanation for that, how they can turn it on after they looked just so horrible less than a month ago?
Well, I mean, they got Jaden Stone back, who's their second best player, and they got Trent Pierce back, who is in the top 5. Sorry about my dog freaking out. Who is in the top 5 and certainly is he's a much better player than he's ever been in his career. I'm watching Trent Pierce and I go, he looks like he thinks he belongs at this level for the first time in his career, and he's playing confidently. I think he had 18 in the win over Auburn, 5 of 7 from 3. So, yeah, they added those 2 guys, which has made a big difference. They've pared down the rotation. Sebastian Mack hasn't gotten on the floor in 3 games. Javon Porter's been hurt. Dennis Gates very much he's got about 8 guys, and every night, 8, maybe 9, and then every night, pretty quick into the game, he makes a decision, all right, this guy has it or doesn't have it tonight, and he's really only playing 6 or 7 guys.
The Tigers will go up against the Tigers yet again this weekend, taking on LSU, and as Gabe referenced, Missouri taking on Oklahoma and Georgia in the next week with an opportunity to solidify their position to make it back-to-back appearances in the NCAA tournament. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton, and you can read him at powermizzou.com. Colonel, always appreciate the time, sir. Have a wonderful weekend.
Appreciate you guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks. It's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, I know you were pissed that we didn't lead with it this morning, but Joe Ladarty has...
Oh, no, not another bracketology.
...has just released his latest bracketology. Okay. Is Bazzori in a tournament?
I'll say no, not right now.
Bazzori is the first 4 out, along with UCLA. Jackson, they are not in this tournament this year. I am sorry.
Well,
there's some games still to be played.
We'll see. We'll see. I think that there's still a pretty good chance that the Tigers, the race to 10, as I call it now.
He's got Kentucky, Auburn, and Texas A&M.
He's got Kentucky still.
He's got Kentucky,
and Auburn. That's crazy.
Auburn, and Texas A&M, along with USC in the last 4 teams to get a bye in this tournament.
Kentucky being in is crazy for him.
And here in St. Louis, we're going to get lucky enough to watch Purdue play Winthrop and SMU take on Kentucky.
Thank you.
Poopy Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for getting on board.
Okay.
Good. Do you know if that's a night game or if that's an afternoon?
Oh, I'm sure he's got the exact starting time. So why would you it's all made up anyway?
Why did they change? The bracketology looks bad on the website now. Are you noticing the same thing, Tim, that they changed up how bracketology looks?
No, it's got greens and reds and blues. That's fun. I like colors. Colors are fun. But he's got the Billikens in as an 8 seed now in this tournament and taking on Wisconsin. Are they all Wisconsin players? Yes.
Thank God.
And that'll be in Greenville.
We don't know
who's the 1 seed?
They will take on Duke in the second round. How about that? The Billikens against Duke in the second round of the NCAA tournament in Greenville. And TMA is going to have to figure out if we go to Greenville, wherever Missouri would wind up, or Dilladoy, Doug.
Dilladoy.
A 3 seed taking on White State, and they could have a rematch against North Carolina in short May if they are able to get past White State.
Okay.
That's also in Greenville, so that's convenient for us.
So none of our teams are going to be playing in St. Louis.
That's right.
And I'm looking at the bracketology.
I can see, by the way, Illinois winding up in St. Louis. Matter of fact, I might, if anybody wants that.
It feels right.
I think they are so damn good that they wind up in a spot where they're playing in St. Louis.
Here's why I don't buy his bracketology. He's got Hawaii in, and he spells it Hawai apostrophe I.
That's how it's spelled.
With an apostrophe?
Yes.
Hawaii gets an apostrophe?
Yep. That's how.
Has it always gotten an apostrophe?
I think that's how they spell it in Hawaii.
Well, we're not in Hawaii. I don't see it with
what
an
do you mean?
apostrophe
We're in
anywhere
America.
else.
That's how they spell it.
I'm looking all over the
island of
internet. I
Hawaii.
don't see an apostrophe on the last I.
On the island of Hawaii.
The official spelling does not have an apostrophe, but in Hawaiian, it does. So it's.
Was Joe Lenardi Hawaiian?
I don't think
If
it's
he's
like
not in Hawaii, he has
son.
no right to spell it with an apostrophe.
I'm kind of with Doug here. I've never seen that.
Jackson,
Don't be mad at me. I've just never seen
You're
that.
mad over an apostrophe?
I'm not
Absolutely.
mad about
Get
it.
over yourself.
He's mad about it. I'm not mad. I want Lenardi to show his pineapples. Why is he all of a sudden a native?
I've seen it spelled that way hundreds of times.
Well, it shouldn't be.
Okay.
Why would it get an apostrophe?
Because that's how they spell it in Hawaii. Because they speak.
It has no right to deserve an apostrophe.
It shows respect to the culture.
Why?
Who do they think they are? I'm going to add an apostrophe on Missouri.
Can we put an apostrophe for the last I in Missouri?
After the A, Missouri.
I think it's actually spelled AH at the end of it.
What they spell? How'd they pronounce Miami, Doug? The old timers.
Miami.
You like that?
Well, it is Miami, Oklahoma.
Horny Banker is not happy. Spell the other states, Doug. It's riveting radio. That's from the Horny Banker, and he's had enough.
Missouri, Missour, apostrophe I.
Of course, Libby Jack's defending Lenardi. It's from Bobby Big Wheels.
What is Lenardi, a woke loser? Jesus.
I don't know.
How does Doug think the Billikens will shut down the Boozer twins in a second round? That's from MD 2020. That's going to put them to the test.
Well, they're going to have a good wide base, shut off the baseline, deny the three, take a charge every now and then. How about that? Get up on them. Get up on them.
Do you think that Coach Schertz is starting to prepare for the Duke matchup?
I imagine he'll call me before they play the Dukies because that's going to take, a higher level of coaching maybe than what he's used to. I'll be available. I won't let him down.
And we're going to do the show from Greenville because we'll get to see Illinois take on North Carolina and St. Louis University take on Duke. I mean, it's like the ACC comes to St. Louis. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
Should also be noted that there is the apostrophe on the jersey of Hawaii.
There shouldn't be. They don't deserve it, frankly.
Who made you the spelling czar?
Yeah. I've seen Hawaii spelled a million times in my life, never with the apostrophe.
That's because you don't have a bit of culture to you.
Oh,
have you been? I want to go badly.
No, I haven't been.
Let's
I'm not going now if they're going to put this apostrophe in my face.
We'll go to Greenville and then Hawaii?
Yeah, that seems
While
great.
we're in the area?
Hawaii?
And then we'll go to Midtown to watch the Billikens take on Richmond tomorrow, 3 p.m. I will be in the house for the halftime baby race. Josh Schertz was on the Twitter tweets yesterday saying he's recruiting a baby. He wants a horse in the race.
We just get hot.
Yeah.
How old can the baby be?
Jackson?
Is there an age limit on the baby?
Well, you'd have to think they can't be bipedal. They'd have to be
bipedal? What's that mean?
In the world just happened?
That means walking on your two hind legs.
You got hind legs?
I think they'd have to be in the crawling
They can't be
stage.
ambulatory.
What's it called when they just start walking? Is that cruising?
Cruising, yeah.
Different than the
So
senator.
about a year, maybe a year or less.
So I get, somewhere they have to crawl, right? It wouldn't be very fun if it was just like 4-year-olds running.
No, well, it might be.
So we've got the Billikens in Richmond tomorrow. Tickets available at slewbillikens.com. Billikens 16-1, 4-0 in the A10, and a win tomorrow. I would say Jackson 100% puts them in the top 25. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but
Seton Hall will drop out. Seton Hall will likely drop out after losing to UConn.
Billikens are in the top 25 with a win tomorrow, and they will take on Richmond, and they are on the cusp of the top 25. They are 22nd in the NCAA net rankings. They've won 15 in a row at Shea Fitz Arena. Fun brand of basketball, and Doug, take a listen to this.
Okay.
Kellen Thames, bad.
Okay, here that comes again. Okay.
Maybe he'll get 30 points tomorrow in 15 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. But we know we'll have babies racing at halftime. That's what we do know. Billikens in Richmond tomorrow. Tickets available at 3 p.m. Cal Kennedy's going to be there. That means I might have some libations after the game just to wash it down.
How can you make sure the babies will crawl in the right direction?
Jackson?
I think it's part of the charm. Is that like
you advised parents and husbands yesterday? How would you advise parents today?
You probably want to like put like a little treat at the end. I know that sounds like kind of primitive, but like if you want the baby to win, like if you're a sports dad, just getting ready,
Chaim Bloom spreadsheet.
You're like in spring training of becoming a sports dad, just getting that arm right. You
start to scream at your child at mid-court.
You probably want to put like, I don't know, some
Aren't the parents
mashed
out
peas
there
or something.
Wouldn't the parents have to be out there calling the child? Otherwise, they're not going to move at all.
I don't.
Do you want me to
want
film
some
it and then
answers
send
to
it to you?
this. Yes, please.
I will film it and send it to you.
Okay.
Baby race, halftime. Before the baby race, the Billikens will play the first half against Richmond. And then after the baby race, they'll play the second half against Richmond. What do you think? 14.5 point favorites, my guess. 14.5.
That sounds about right.
So that's coming up tomorrow. You can get your tickets at slewbillikens.com. Doug, U.S. Senators appear on this program. That's what this show is all about. Eric Schmitt in studio next here on TMA. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you will find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts. And this weekend, you've got the divisional round, and you get the profit boosts from FanDuel. Check it out and make your plays via FanDuel. The opportunity is there starting tomorrow afternoon, and you can capitalize on it with FanDuel. The divisional round this weekend, it all starts tomorrow afternoon, and it goes into Sunday evening. What is the play that you like the most? Apply your profit boosts and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. And Doug, if you look to your right, look who it is. It's U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio with us here on the program. Morning, Senator.
It's great to be here. I'm going to tell you. So this is first time, long time. I have been listening to this show for probably 20 years. How long have you been on? The Konnichiwa days?
Yes, Konnichiwa, Martin.
We were young
I wouldn't
men.
even listen
Podcasts like the Dickens.
Oh, my goodness.
And Doug Vaughn one time, I don't know if you remember this story. We were at something, one of your children were getting an award.
At Jeff City.
Yeah, and I said, I kind of snuck up behind. I said, hey, big fan of the show. He goes, don't ever tell anybody. That'll ruin your career.
Yeah, I'm surprised you get elected if you do
Well, you
that.
should wait till you become a senator and then announce it.
No, listen, I mean this sincerely. I listen all the time when I'm working out in the morning in D.C. or driving around my kids around. You guys do a great job. You have navigated. I don't pretend to understand this industry at all, but you've done a very good job of having great content with people that are local who know what they're talking about, and it's culturally relevant. And, I'm a Gen X guy, so a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, I find hilarious. So anyway, it's my kind of escape.
That's super kind.
And we have a U.S. Senator in the lobby, and Tim, I realized I didn't have my swipe card to let him in. So I grabbed a cushion, a pillow off one of the chairs. So I'm walking down the hallways with a pillow as if when they killed Jack Nicholson. I'm sorry.
Not the Golden Bear.
I'm sorry, they killed Jack Nicholson at the end of Cuckoo's Nest. So he's like, why are you holding a pillow? I'm like, well, I was going to prop the door. Very awkward.
It was a little concerning.
Yeah, it was. He said that looks a little odd, but that's how we roll, okay?
Yes.
Senator, you are a Truman State guy. DeSmet. Truman State.
Yep.
St. Louis University Law.
Yep.
And you are active in a couple of hot topics right now in the sports world, one of which got attention this week with your letter to the Big East Conference Commissioner regarding St. Louis University and the Big East. I set the stage a couple of times when Coach Schertz was in, when Rick Pitino and Mike Krzyzewski were talking about St. Louis University going to the Big East on Krzyzewski's show. And that has gotten some people talking about that possibility. Coach Schertz makes no secret of it. It'd be a great thing for the program. What is your perspective?
It's a great fit. I mean, this has been talked about for a while. I mean, when they did the expansion, I don't know, is that a dozen or so years ago now? SLU should have been in
Creighton
then.
and Butler.
Creighton and Butler went in. People have theories as to why that went down the way that it went down, but I think the time has come. There's a institutional match. SLU is much more like, the Georgetowns and the Marquettes and those sort of Catholic or Jesuit institutions. SLU has the fourth largest Catholic endowment in the country, the third largest of any Jesuit school. They can play with the big boys on that. There's just a lot of alignment. It fits. It's sort of this Catholic university that's basketball centric. I mean, the soccer program does great too, but it's basketball centric. It's non-football. It makes a lot of sense. It also adds the biggest market outside the Big East they could ask for. Certainly bigger than Omaha when Creighton went in. And I think it adds a lot. There's a lot of alignment. So, and by the way, one other thing that people probably don't talk about enough, the payout, the difference between the A-10 payout on the TV contract is significant. Maybe $7 million significant a year. So
more SLU would get
because of the Big East contract. Right. And we can talk more about the kind of shifting landscape. But for SLU's interest, which I care about, it's much better, in my view, for them to be in the Big East. They're going to command more dollars in the next negotiation for a TV deal than the A-10 will. The A-10, it's fine. I go to the games. I like they have a great team this year. It's been a good conference, but I think the Big East would put them in a more competitive position.
So what's next? I mean, some would say, oh, you're just acgrandstanding. Who cares what a senator says? Is there something is there a role you can actually play?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to meet with the Big East commissioner, Val Ackerman. We're going to meet. We're going to talk. I intend to talk to Georgetown is kind of the big dog in the conference, the Georgetown president. I tend to meet with the Georgetown president. I mean, I'm not just writing a letter and letting it go. I mean, who knows where this all goes, but I think it's worth a shot. It makes sense. I mean, this isn't really a reach. You're not trying to make something that doesn't fit. It does make sense, but it'll be a question of whether or not they're looking to expand. But it feels like with the changing nature of college sports, these conferences are smart to be looking for good fits and expanding because it allows them more power as they negotiate these TV deals, which is where the money is.
Yeah, and there's strength in numbers, and Pitino did say it. I mean, he mentioned St. Louis by name.
St. Louis University, Dayton, and Memphis, I believe, is.
That would all make. As you mentioned, I think earlier in the week, Dayton was included. SLU and Dayton are make a lot of sense to go in together. But if you want, I think there's 11 teams now, right? So to get that even number, you'd pull in another school. That makes a lot of sense.
Have the decision makers at SLU told you that they want to move?
Well, Chris May is always looking for opportunities to be more competitive. And I've talked to Chris May a lot. And so he is, I'll let his statement speak for itself, but I'm going to go out and do my job, which is to advocate for them to be in a better conference, in my view, more opportunities.
In addition to your passion for St. Louis University as a law school grad, we also have quite a situation in college sports in general, and something that I don't feel like Senator got a lot of attention this week is a conference of sorts in the Washington, D.C. area where a bunch of commissioners and college executives were present to talk about the state of college sports. Ross Dellinger, who does a wonderful job covering college sports, is one of the only places I've read about this conference this week. One of the Big Ten executives, ADs, that they spoke with said, what are we doing? We are money laundering. That was from one high-level Big Ten school administrator. All we are doing right now is moving money around, speaking to the state of college athletics. What do you understand is taking place right now with this meeting this week?
Well, first of all, let me just say, you guys have talked about in the show, I was a Rams season ticket holder, diehard Rams fan, and then they left. My focus now is really shifted from Sundays to Saturdays a lot. I'm a huge SEC football guy. I think they've got great leadership at Mizzou with Moon Choi, Laird, and Drink. So they've done a good job, I think, of elevating that program, and the SEC stands to benefit from this. I guess to zoom out, here's what's happened. I think the NCAA was way too restrictive for too long, whether it was on transfers and not letting players get paid. They got burned. A lawsuit was filed. They're not allowed to tell these guys they can't make money on their name, image, and license. And so you have something called this house settlement that allows players to now get paid. The cap for these schools is $20.5 million a year for the schools to pay. However, you have this NIL or this third-party money. So the end around now, there's supposed to be a clearinghouse that approves these deals. But the end around that cap is kind of loose on the NIL. Again, I don't have any problem with players getting paid. I think what's happened now with transferring effectively every 6 months is not sustainable long term. If you talk to any of these coaches, they would say that, any of the conferences and university presidents. So what's being contemplated in Congress, and trust me, I'm skeptical of the government getting involved. But the reason why it might happen is Congress could give, like they give the professional sports leagues, some liability protection to actually go make the rules, right? To be able to say, okay, in exchange for having this liability protection, we're going to protect, because you see on the SCORE Act, if you're watching football, you see Cody Campbell, Texas Tech guy, advertising the SCORE Act. What is that? That's to say, in exchange for the liability protection, you would be able to have, more transparency. You'd have contracts. Some of these agents are sketchy characters. You'd have some just rules of the road that would add some certainty. You have that, and then you have that kind of the governance piece that they could get. The second piece is the revenue piece, and this is not talked about as much. But think about it this way. The NBA has half the audience as college football, but twice the revenue. So the NBA effectively gets about $8 billion for their TV. All of college football, all the conferences pooled, it's about $4 billion. And they have twice the audience. So the question is, how does that revenue grow? How does the pie get bigger? The SEC and the Big Ten are the big dogs. Their contracts, are up in a few years. But there's one idea that you would give them under the Sports Broadcasting Act the same protection that the Major League Baseball and the NFL have to pool and negotiate with the media rights holders. Because normally that would be considered collusion, antitrust activity. So Congress can say, you can go do that. And I think the money would be exponential. That cap would raise significantly. And when you have more money, people are more willing to kind of compromise on what everything looks like. So whether you're talking about a playoff, whether you're talking about what the season looks like, do you play on Fridays? All those sorts of things that are really hard when you're dealing with less money. So there's two things that are going on. It's, does Congress give that liability protection to have rules? I think that's broadly supported. I think the pendulum has now swung the other way so much that the portal's kind of out of control. And so you could do that, and then also deal with the larger picture of how do you grow the pie in college football? Because I think if they did something like that, it would rival the NFL. I mean, it really would be the only thing close to what the NFL has, because there's such an interest, particularly in SEC football and Big Ten. And by the way, those conferences would get the lion's share of the growing pie, and that would have to get worked out too, because one of the concerns the SEC or the Big Ten would have is say, hey, people are watching because of our games. We're not benefiting as much as everybody else. But if you're going to have college sports survive, if you're going to have a baseball team at some school, if you're going to have a swimming program at some school, that additional revenue you could get from the TV money could be allocated to those programs and still have the behemoth college football thrive.
So like a college football negotiation with all the networks would be collectively college football, as opposed to the SEC shopping around their package, the Big Ten shopping their package.
That's right.
More like the NFL goes to all these out and say, we represent one brand.
Right.
NFL.
And you could have a Greg Sankey, who I met with in my office this week. He could be like the czar of college football. I mean, you could figure all those things out. But that's one idea that's out there. But one of the reasons I reached out to Martin to come on the show, I think hearing all of these ideas and listening right now, because because of my interest, and I'm on the Commerce Committee that has jurisdiction over the NCAA and professional sports, going to be in the mix on this stuff. And I think you get one chance to get it right. And so I think hearing from your loyal listeners who, you guys talk about this all the time. Like, I think that's when I text you, like, drink's not going anywhere. And then when I call drink, like, you can't leave, I'm like, you can't leave, and I promise the people in Missouri you're not leaving.
You're not leaving.
So anyway, but he's sticking around, which is good for Mizzou. And I just think there's such a great opportunity. But the timing seems to be right to give some of the NCAA or some other authority the ability to have something that's more long-lasting, because I just don't think what they're doing right now is going to work.
U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio with us here on the morning after 101 ESPN. You can watch the conversation on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Do you think the sport, and then by the sport I suppose I mean college athletics, but perhaps we can specify football, needs a commissioner, so to speak, or a body of authority? You were making reference to that just a moment ago. So.
You're going to have some governing authority. Like, for example, like what the NFL does. They negotiate with the rights holders, but then they can move those games around for a premier game, right? Like on Sunday night or something.
Yeah,
you're going to
you're
going to have somebody who's able to do that. And look, it could be the NCAA. It could be a different group. It could be some other governing body, but I think you're going to have something that has some entity that has the authority to say, you know what, you have 2-year contracts. You can transfer once, and then if a coach leaves, maybe you can transfer again. You're going to have something like that. You're going to have, these agents be a little bit more vetted than they are, right? Things like that are just kind of basic governance. And I have no desire to like over tinker with this thing at all. I mean, I have my opinions on whether or not it's a 16 or 2014 playoff. I think they're headed that way anyway. I think that the Big Ten and the SEC are going to decide it. I think it goes to 16. It may go to 24. If you go to 24, what the Big Ten is talking about is guaranteed 4 slots for the Power 4 and then 8 at large. Maybe that, if the money makes sense, maybe that is the best route. That's not what this is about. This is the ability to actually allow them to go do it. Because if they try to do something like that right now, basically somebody files a lawsuit and they say, well, you don't have the authority to do it, and then it doesn't happen, right? So you've kind of gone from this overly restrictive environment to now something that is kind of the Wild West that doesn't provide the same structure that successful leagues have been able to have and thrive.
I've been waiting for athletic departments to say this is not sustainable, because football has always historically paid for the track team, paid for the salt. Like all that money they would generate would pay for all these other sports that don't generate revenue. It was good for the college atmosphere. And Title IX probably enters into this too, where you can't eliminate women's sports. But I'm waiting for some ADs to say, hey, we're losing our ass because football is now taking all that money and needing all that money that we used to sprinkle all over.
Well, that is what's going to happen. If nothing happens, you could have like a super conference, and then all the other sports go away, or most of the other sports go away. Because the truth is, football is the only sport that actually generates the revenue. Basketball is kind of a break-even proposition, but the NCAA is the entity that makes the money on the tournament. It's not the same thing. So football is kind of the golden goose that can fund a lot of the other programs. And in some of in the legislation that's being contemplated, it's basically to say, in exchange for you having those rules, you have to maintain these Olympic sports, these kind of a wider offering of sports that don't make money, but you would argue are important to have on your campus and for student athletes, right? But in order to do that, you have to have the money. And if schools have decided they have to try to compete for players through the salary cap, the $20.5 million, they're losing money. And you're going to find that you're going to start cutting costs. And so it's kind of a decision of what do you want college sports to look like. So I think what happens in the next 1 or 2 years here is probably going to define what college sports looks like for the next 50.
Who would be against making the kind of changes you're talking about? The big boys not wanting to share with the little guys?
Some parochial. You're going to have some parochial. I think you could get there, and obviously Mizzou is an SEC school, so that I want the SEC to. I think it's the best conference. The Big Ten, folks might argue with that, but I think it's the best conference from top to bottom. So you want everybody to feel like that it's an equitable solution. So the concern you would have is, well, you go do this, and then the SEC and Big Ten schools who are bringing the audience don't get their fair share, for lack of a better term. But I think you can figure that out. My experience in these kind of negotiations are, if you're dealing with scarcity, it's really hard to find agreement. If the pie is growing, you can say, you know what, SEC, Big Ten, you guys are guaranteed 65 or 70% of the revenue, and that's a lot more money, the 30%, than they have right now for the other schools. Mm-hmm. So that's a potential solution, but you're going to have to work through that. But if you just do the governance piece, which is to say that you get liability protection for protecting the Olympic sports and having rules for the portal, it doesn't solve the revenue issue long term, and I think you got to probably figure that out too. I mean, look, the SEC in the Big Ten, when they go to market for the next TV deal, it's going to be gobs of money, and it should be gobs of money. The question is, could it be more money for them even if you have this more of kind of a broader approach?
So what if the NCAA came out and said, here's the deal. First transfer on you, go wherever you want. After that, you sit out a year, which will be a detriment for players, and you have to sign a commitment. So if you sign a 1 year, you got to live up to that, sign a 2, whatever the terms are. Why wouldn't the NCAA do that? Are they still gun shy about getting sued, or do they feel they don't have the authority? I don't know why
they don't. The courts have said they don't.
So they're powerless,
right? And that's the only reason why Congress would be involved. Like people
give them that authority legally.
Correct. Like the other professional sports do. The reason why MLB and NFL can go out and sort of bargain collectively is Congress has said you can go do this. It doesn't violate antitrust. Right now, the NCAA, based on the court decisions, doesn't have that authority. So Congress would come and say the NCAA or some other entity could go do that.
I think it'd be better for the players. It's if you're a kid that goes to 4 schools in 4 years, you're not getting a good education. You have no allegiance to any. I mean, maybe you are making more every year, but I would think even for those kids, you're really not maturing by going from school to school, and you're at an age where you probably do need some stability.
I agree with that. And look, I come at this from the perspective of I'm glad they're getting paid, and if a coach can leave, a player should be able to leave. The question is, is that every year? Is that I'm a corner in the SEC. I got my 250, and then I start making during the middle of the season. I start talking about leave. I mean, that's not a good system. No sport could survive if you didn't have contracts that had like a definitive time and amount of money. But right now, that's really not how it works. And so when you listen to Drake talk about this, I mean, this is a frustration I think a lot of those coaches have. And this is from a school that's done a very good job. What I think is kind of cool is, in this newer system that probably needs to be reformed, it's allowed schools like Mizzou and Ole Miss to kind of rise up. Mm-hmm. I love that it's not just the Blue Bloods. And so if you have a 16 or 2014 playoff, Mizzou's got the ability to be in that playoff, a lot, which is cool. And it brings more people in. There's more interest. You probably, again, this is what they would have to work out. But, my view is you probably have to get rid of the conference championship games.
Love that.
Yeah, but that is, again, the SEC and Big Ten are locked into current deals that include it. So, again, if you have more money, it allows people to say to ESPN, you know what, maybe we won't do that game, but here's what this thing looks like, and then you get more buy-in from everybody. So I think it's a fascinating set of issues, but it does matter, I think, for what this whole thing looks like over the next, like I said, multiple decades. And if you don't do something, I just think you're not going to see a lot of these other sports that people have, had in their sort of menu of offerings for student athletes. And, then maybe you have 30 teams that are relevant, and that's it. Yeah. So, I don't know.
And it turns to an
The Lane Kiffin situation by itself is proof enough that something's got to change.
Yeah, that's a pretty bizarre deal.
Yeah, when you can leave right before your team goes to the playoffs and leave everyone in a lurch and Something's got to be.
Yeah, and also they would have the ability to kind of correct this calendar problem, which is the thing. Like, when does the portal open up? They're still in the playoffs. What do these guys get to do? When can a coach? So, if you were like a rational league, you would, like, the NFL is pretty structured about when does free agency open? When is the draft? When is the combine? That's what you could see with the NCAA, particularly football. And, but again, Congress would have to give them the liability protection to go do it, because if they tried to go do it now, first of all, I don't think they would find agreement necessarily. But even if they did, somebody sues and says, hey, you're messing with my ability to go to another school and get more money, right? And so you probably have something like you got a 2-year deal. It's a legit contract by a legit agent. You can transfer one time, and then maybe if the coach leaves or there's some medical issue or something like that. But that's a much more rational system than what exists right now.
Remember, NIL was name, image, and likeness. And the idea was, hey, if you're the quarterback of Mizzou, go to the local car dealer, get a check. It's okay. It's not illegal to use your name, image, and likeness. And now it's just how much. And they don't even have to turn on the automatic sprinklers. There's no facade even that they're doing anything but playing football.
Right, because the old system was messed up because it was like, hey, kid, we made a bunch of money on this game. Here's your Xbox. That's not right either. But, yeah, because what's happening now is there's this clearinghouse that's supposed to decide what's a legit deal. And, that's because look at the NFL. They have these contracts. There's a handful of guys that are really marketable, for a State Farm commercial or some energy drink or whatever. But in college football, it's being used now to sort of supplement that cap. So if you're Mizzou that kind of figured out the all of this pretty early and successfully, it's changing now because that money's kind of going sort of third party route that, hey, be a part of our thing, and it's not really a thing, So I think having more structure, everybody's going to make more money doing it. I think for the viewer, the fan, that experience gets much better. You have rules. You have a playoff that's expanded. They're able to negotiate for much more money. It'll be a lot of fun, but it does feel like the pendulum swung.
And then we have a TMA Bowl. We get into the bowl game.
Yeah.
Tim. What do you say?
Why not?
TMA Bowl.
We got a dome.
Maybe at Francis Park or something like that. That's where we should have
the emailer of the day has gets to flip the coin.
Oh, nice.
I like
the recovering alcoholic flips the coin.
Wow,
Hondoff gets a shout out. Senator Schmitt, thank you so much for dropping by the studio and giving your perspective on this. This is quite insightful. And thank you for being a longtime listener. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone else in Congress listen to us?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to evangelize a little bit.
Yeah. No.
Because it's interesting. Like, I don't know what people think we do, but, when there's a lot of talk, like Tuberville, especially the SEC senators, we talk about the games and, like, what's going on. And Tuberville's asking me, who's your quarterback? It's so that is, like, what we actually talk about. But I'll have to get more people on board with TMA.
If you could, yeah.
We're going to have senators in the YouTube chat. I mean, how's that going to chiming in? Senator Schmitt, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Anytime, guys.
That's Eric Schmitt with us here on TMA. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action this evening, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug, you wanted some scary music. Well, Jackson's delivering. And why are we doing this again, Pappas?
It's John Carpenter's birthday.
There it is.
Okay.
Look what I'm doing.
I see that with your eyes. Yeah, you don't want to look. Don't know what you might see. Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we are entering the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, which is fitting because we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in this segment. Doug, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp or Design Air?
Well, I know, sure. I know him and his crew. He's put together a fabulous crew of handsome repairmen like the Dashing Steve, the bold and daring Adam. There's a bunch of them. There's Rugged Joe and the heavily muscled, highly regarded Brian. They're all absolutely outstanding technicians. Many of them have been with the company for years and years. The company itself been around since 1904. You can't pull that off unless you're doing it right by the people. One of the things they do, never going to try to upsell you or sell you something that you don't need. You know, that wouldn't work very well in St. Louis or anywhere else. Not just another HVAC company, longest running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. Thank you so much, Seth Goldcamp at Design Air. They believe in honest work. Again, you're never going to be sold something you don't need. They just want to get you fixed up, and so your house is comfortable. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is, sponsor of our email of the day. Chairman, how are things in the inbox today?
I think I've got the best 12 in there.
What else can you ask for?
Gosh. Oh, there you go.
It's kind of been the sweet spot. We've had right at around a dozen every day, and it was light early, but they came flooding in
Sunday
right before
charge.
the Senator was
All right,
in.
the leader is the incel at the other end of the couch, but there are a number of big-time emailers who are in position to tie that incel, Doug. So this is going to be fun.
Okay,
this incel's fighting for his life in this competition. $10,000 HVAC system at stake for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month here on The Morning After. Jackson, let us begin. Here we go, Doug. You can always email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we start things off with this one. Hey, Tim. I'm horny. Can you give me a stag actress recommendation, preferably girl on girl? Hey, Jackson, I'm horny.
We just had a U.S. Senator.
It's a diverse program.
Jesus.
Can you describe your most intimate moment with your Frank Haith body pillow? Hey, Martin, I'm horny. Can you do your Iggy impression? It really does a lot for me.
No.
Hey, Kurt, I'm horny. Can you read another Dear Deidre story? Hey, Doug, I'm horny. And then it gets graphic right there.
Enough.
With Doug's request, it was really graphic.
Okay.
Like I said, I got the best dozen in there.
Who was it, Tim?
The Murray State Expert Baiter.
Murray State Expert Baiter, you've been suspended for your verbiage. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Take some time
can he
away.
win an HVAC system?
You not with my vote. No.
That's all right, buddy.
Sorry,
Just call me
Murray
later.
State.
Meet up.
Hey, guys, a few weeks ago, I tried to get in some pickup hoops with the boys, and a guy with the weakest mustache I've ever seen asked to join us. He spent most of the time bragging about, quote, being a local radio star in the making. He also mentioned that he'd soon be the third chair, but his words just needed to kick the old fart to the bucket first. Kick the bucket first, I apologize. For the record, he was absolutely terrible. He had to have missed about 80% of his shots. On the rare occasion he did make one, he'd whisper to himself, "That's what we do, number 5. That's what we do." Easily one of the most uncomfortable basketball experiences of my life. Stay cute, boys. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I'll be darned.
No, that's true.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Gentlemen, well, I guess I should address the chairman. He is the Pam Bondi of this competition. Sure, I've only sent in one email this month, and yes, it was kept from not only the public, but filtered like a dirty cover-up. The truth is, I'm about winning percentage, and yes, Doug, that means winning series throughout the regular season. It also means keeping a proper winning percentage as an emailer of the day. In my short amount of time getting to know the show on 101, my email record shows a result of 14 emails sent, 7 read on air, and 4 wins. This puts my WAR, when actually read, at 571. The 4 for 7 is not a humble brag. No, that's just a series winner in baseball, Doug. Though there are great emailers in this league, I choose when and what I email, and not for competition, but in some sort of ridiculous pride. And the thought that Doug might eat grilled chicken and broccoli off my back while Jackson sits on a cuck stool scrolling his phone, anxiously waiting for a hey, get involved cough?
What?
Hey, get involved.
That sounds like something to try in Florida.
The point is, I don't need this HVAC unit. My propane heaters got it just hot enough last night for Midge to slip off her overalls and ride this short, bearded, bald-headed Irishman. Turns out, though, I may have some characteristics of a Hall of Fame radio personality. I don't have the same options. Chairman, if you do filter this, can you at least send me the number of that crazy girl you met at 3 a.m. outside a Quick Trip? I think it might be Midge, and I think I might be on a bad track. Appreciated. That's the listener to be named later, DBA Tim's Meat and Potatoes. P.S. I'd gladly give up the competition just to have Jackson put my name in a damn text inbox. Sounds like he's sending and requesting. You're ignoring him. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, not to my knowledge. I don't know who that is.
What was the name? Who is
that from?
Let's see, Martin. Listener to be named later, DBA Tim's Meat, and Potatoes.
Listener to be named later.
Ours is the type of presentation where the unemployed listeners who may or may not be calling from the inside of a porta potty feel free to drop in at any time to let Doug know how funny it is when he gets upset when people are sexual towards him. What did the Greg Lansky tweet say? What marriage-saving advice did the single childless pale boy say? Spoiler alert, the secret to a successful marriage, according to Libby Jack, is to pleasure yourself in a bathroom in Soulard. Doug, I can vouch for the email. That was
leaving out some very important context. And again, Marty monogamy. I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Must listen.
So monogamous.
That's right. Martin must listen to podcasts. I finally got caught up on Landman, and now every time Libby Jack hands out these life lessons, I just imagine him holding a ferret in his safe space. Is that the character Pagan?
Yeah, they got to work on that. They got to figure an end game out for that situation.
And finally, let me tell you that I'm shocked to find out that point shaving is going out in the Atlantic 10. I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'll tell you why. Bradley Ezewiro is a woke loser. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
Hey, cute boys. Keep hearing.
I keep hearing.
A whole lot of mention of this MILF Hunter character in the last few weeks, but no references to the OG MILF Hunter, Cougar Hunter Jake. Doug, remember Cougar Hunter Jake?
I do. A smooth dog.
He was a smooth dog. And he would do hot laps?
He would do hot laps around Harry's.
He says he is retired now and providing consulting services. Is that like Hitch with Will Smith? Am I right? Kevin James, Will Smith, is that right?
Yeah.
Good or bad?
Bad.
Love you, Jackson. The show is exponentially better with you. How about that?
So kind. So kind.
I don't care that you'd rather Chairman G rule the world and everyone have to wear name tags with their pronouns listed. Your wit and comedic timing is only second to Tim, and your drop game is only second to Stedman. Keep playing, playa. Doug, I don't know much, but I know that I love you. That's from Cougar Hunter Jake. Was that Linda Ronstadt and Aaron Neville?
I don't know.
Is that right?
I don't know much, but I know I love you. Cougar Hunter Jake.
Cougar Hunter Jake
Smooth dog.
making a return. Wow.
Loves him some papers.
My goodness. Yeah, he does. Jackie, you're
That
having a
feels
big
great.
day.
Yeah,
you get endorsement from Cougar Hunter Jake.
Yeah, it's great.
Earlier this week, the question was asked if the TMA Reddit posts I've uncovered were actually all real. Oh, they are 100% real, and they are spectacular. Pathetic. Yes, user Jim Cruz thinks Martin is too old to wear a beanie inside. Yes, user L. Bruce assumes Doug was ripped on in high school for being a Mills Brother fan. Did that come up at Kirkwood?
Didn't really come up too often, no. I listened when I got home.
And to the surprise of absolutely no one, they are not fans of Timothy Michael McKernan. They could be an entire week of emails dedicated to the outlandish conspiracies and vitriol aimed at him. User name deleted? which is a very common theme of usernames on the TMA Reddit page. What does that mean? Username deleted. I know I'm asking people who
it's
are
usually like when someone deletes their Reddit account, the post will stay up, but the user leaves. So like the post is there, but it'll show up as username deleted.
Username deleted.
Or it might be their little username and they're trying to be funny.
Which is a very common theme of usernames on the TMA Reddit page, simply states, Tim sucks. The TMA Reddit page is marinating in spicy internet rage, and I'll continue to provide snippets of the most pitiful and comical posts as I dive deeper down the rabbit hole. Back to you, Steve. Doug, that's Mitch, and he's in Richmond Heights.
Mitch, and he's in Richmond Heights.
This is clearly a show of action. Ideas get thrown around, and you make things happen, as long as Jackson isn't distracted by updating texter names or turning on cameras several minutes into the live show. That is what gets you promoted from the 450 watts up to the big leagues. Right. You take a good idea and run with it. You know, like the way Movie Boys Gareth went to St. Catherine Labouré last night and took down $14,000 playing one-on-one court hoop rock against TMA listeners. As a sloth fellow, I don't like seeing that kind of initiative. It leaves me shook like Doug's Starboy subwoofers, and that is subwoofer with an apostrophe for emphasis and condescension. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the new standalone Cuban sandwich place located in the burned-out warehouse that Santa calls home. Let's get him some work during the regular season. Doug, Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin.
Just when I thought I'm out, they pull me back in. Retirement officially over because this email today contest is open wider than Andy Gibbs' legs in that infamous Miami hot tub. Doug, did you have a hot tub with Andy?
No.
But this
no.
But this email is about the first time I made passionate love to a relative. Doug, I don't know what the policy is.
Kevin Miller.
Yeah, that actually is right. So you read the email and
I recognize the writing style. Yeah.
My mom's third wedding to my stepdad, Arthur. Huge party, like a giant family reunion. And then it happened. He tried to lay down the law with me and my brother. New rules, clean your room and make your bed every day. I might only be your stepdad, but I'm still your uncle.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I wasn't having it. I pulled down his tuxedo pant, and then Doug, it gets a little
This
graphic.
is a sports show.
That one had about a plus 2,200 chance of being any decent when you started out when it started.
I just realized a friend of my dad's texted me about 20 minutes ago, and he said, I'm in town. What show are you on again?
Oh, don't tell him.
And it literally was about 20 minutes ago. Good God. Apologies.
Doug, that's from Neil. The last name, I don't know what.
Insuk?
Yeah.
That guy?
Oh,
Yeah.
you know him.
I remember it.
Doug's seen the script before.
Kevin Miller.
You know, you talk about the tournament now that the 2025-2026 season is basically over. Let's talk about the 2026-2027 season.
Hell yeah.
What's it going to be like when the Billikens, St. Louis University, take to the Big East, where half the teams are in the Midwest? But who the hell cares? We don't know geology.
Geology?
How can you look these kids in the eye and tell them they can't play in the Big East? What's it going to be like when the Billikens face Petito, Massimino, Corteseca, Carlissimo, Corleone, Mussolini, and the other Petito? It'll be awesome, baby. Don't let me down, Eric Schmitt. That's from Harold with 2 R's.
Harold with 2 R's.
Here is why life's not fair. Every day I look in the mirror with my giant glasses, and I see Brett Summers looking back at me. So when am I going to find my Jack Klugman? Doug, that comes from Midge.
When is he going to find his Jack Klugman?
Odd Couple? Was that with Tony Randall?
Yes, it was. Midge. He was also married to Brooke Summer, who was on the Match Game all the time, for reasons unknown to anyone.
Happy Friday, lads. On this week's episode of Dirty Jobs, the unpaid chairman laces up his waist-high boots and filters through the muck that the high IQ listeners send in to win an HVAC system. As the elbow-length gloves sift through the tiers of emailers that got filtered, the chairman finds the best of the best that are truly deserving of energy-efficient circulated air. Doug, I never knew you carried so much hatred for the Hawaiian Islands. Dog the Bounty Hunter is coming for you, brah. Apostrophes are the state bird of Hawaii. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Good morning, Tim, Doug, Martin, Jackson, and Chairman. I owe you all an apology. Yesterday, I let my emotions run wild after Doug questioned my womanhood, and instead of keeping it light, I fully spiraled. Feelings were felt, lines were crossed, went on a bender, regret was achieved. That's on me. I do genuinely love this show. It makes me laugh, expands my views on sports, and I never meant to make things weird or border on an FCC fine. I should have taken a breath, stayed in my lane, maybe even stayed in the kitchen and made a sandwich or two. I will do better. I will keep my emotions in check. Sorry again, boys. And Coach Doug, if you could make time to give the boys another inspiring pep talk, could really use the W tonight. Okay. Banty, overly emotional, Lil Hen, Sharon D.
Sharon D. Gentlemen.
And finally, Doug, you want brief? How about a haiku? Movie Boy whispers, Chalamet changed cinema. Jackson applauds self. All the best. That's from Mr. Licks. And that's what we have.
Mr. Licks.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You do believe Chalamet changed cinema?
I changed it. I didn't even get a chance to answer. You didn't even give me a chance to answer.
It should be just a no.
You didn't even give me a chance to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jackson.
I don't think changing. Well, who's changed cinema? You know, James Cameron changed cinema. So
Maybe
that's
Spielberg, somebody like that.
What impact has
It's
Chalamet
tough
had?
for one actor to truly change cinema.
Okay.
So
you agree with Doug?
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't. Not in principle, I do. But I also might be a stick in the mud and say, you know what, just to spite you.
You son of a sack ass.
Wow, unbelievable what's going on in here. Mr. Licks with the final email. We will vote. We will have the winner announced coming up at 10:55. Martin has onboarding. Fridays are always fun. I know they always have games for you guys on Fridays.
Game day?
Shoots and ladders.
Paper football.
Coming back with the 10 o'clock hour, brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. The program is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug Schade. Do you remember when I was walking out of my office? I don't know if that was 2013. About 6 o'clock because, I'm the first guy there, turn the lights on, last guy to leave, turn the lights off.
Yeah, of course.
And that's when Edmonds had his steakhouse at 19th and Locust, and exiting the building was Schade.
Oh, really? Then you recognized her just walking down the street.
I didn't. She recognized me.
Oh, that should have, Silly me for even thinking the other way around.
Yeah. I think Cougar Hunter Jake might have landed her a few years earlier, and that's why she was in town.
Oh, is that really? Yeah, probably so.
Her birthday today.
How old do you think Schade
Well, this
is?
song was big in the mid to early 80s.
I'm going to say in the 85 range, but don't allocate. That's an exhibition game for me. That's all that is.
Give it 40 years from then, and if she was early 20s then, she's probably late 60s.
She is 67 today.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Is this a yakety sax?
Kind of, yeah.
Why the hell haven't the Cardinals brought in more Cardinals and catchers this offseason?
Great question. You're asking the right question.
More catchers. Well, they've got this foolish idea you build around pitching. In the past few years, they thought you build around catching.
Right.
You get as many, you bogart the catching. You get 4 or 5 on your roster and try to figure out what to do with them.
There you go.
Listen here, Doug. There's no more malleable. There's no more malleable position in baseball.
Yeah,
than catcher.
If you can
Spanky
catch, you can play
LaValliere was
anywhere.
a center fielder.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Craig Biggio became a second baseman, a center fielder.
Example after example.
Todd Zeal became a third baseman.
Yogi Berra played outfield.
Joe Torre played first and third.
You're kind of convincing yourself here.
I kind of am. Talking myself into an opinion.
How about this text? I don't know what's going on right now. Harrison's brother Master, Doug. Is he the battiest rooster of them all?
He's right up there.
He says, congrats, boys. We now have United States senators admitting that they listen to this great program. The reach is far and wide. Way bigger audience than you probably realize. Keep up the good work. That's from Harrison's brother, Master?
Huh. Wow.
See, Jackson has a smile on his face.
Something like that, when you hear it from someone who is often so critical, it means more in a way.
The SEC just means more?
Well, certainly. But and maybe that's not right because, there's plenty of people who like to, throw a little praise more often. But when someone is so critical, but then comes with something like that, it means something.
You think this show's been listened to, right before important legislation has been passed?
Probably I think this
during.
show gets legislation passed. I think this show gets legislation passed.
I'm surprised we haven't been asked more frequently to speak in front of Congress, frankly.
I would. I just want to work on my pitching wedge.
Like, what if someone were the filibuster and they just played, 24 straight hours of our program?
Oh, what
God,
a delight.
that would take the country down.
Pipe in 105.7 HD2.
Yeah. Iggy talking with, some retired adult
the halls
actress.
of Congress.
Hey, Tim, cycling on. I would like to offer my wife to the senator. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who got a shout out from
He sure did.
Senator Eric Schmitt, who says he would flip the coin at the TMA Bowl that we're going to host at Francis Park. That's going to be fun. We're going to do it over by the handball courts.
Yeah. The senator tall. You could, get him in the post. Tall gentleman.
Yeah.
But you're playing 1-on-1 at St. Catherine Labouré now?
Someone said something about a Monday night pickup game. If they're serious about that, hit me up for real. Jay Burkett, InsideSTL.com.
I think they do it every Monday.
But if the person really wants me to come, because I don't want to just show up.
And you're just going to do 1-on-1?
No, I want to play pickup. I want to play 5-on-5.
What about those $1,000 bets? Bet.
Well, let's get our feet under us first, and then we'll see.
Okay.
See what we're dealing with.
There's no other place in town where you can play pickup basketball?
No, I play pickup all the time at the gym. At the gym I go to, but I like different places.
Okay, show yourself off around the community proper.
And sometimes the gym I go to, the runs aren't great. So
I was just going to ask you, what's the hip terminology? Getting a run in?
Runs, yeah.
Yeah.
Good runs.
What do you mean by that?
So like a game of pickup basketball, you call it a run. And so if the runs are good, that's just what it's called.
I don't like it.
You ever do any outdoor running?
I don't.
Stop it.
I prefer to play indoors. I don't like double rims
Well, St.
outside.
Kitty's has got a tile floor.
It's all right.
Is that a turnoff for
St.
you?
Gabriel's has a parquet floor like Boston Garden during the Celtics runs.
This might surprise you because, of course, my privileged upbringing, but the elementary school I went to, Old Baum Elementary, had a carpeted gym growing up.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
So I've been through it all.
Mm-hmm. I say they have a tile floor. That's what it was when my kids were there. Perhaps it's changed in the last 10, 12 years.
Well, used to have like the linoleum, like rubber court.
Yeah, Mizzou had that too. Herd centers open with that. You couldn't even hear them bouncing the basketball. It was so weird.
And it was great taking a charge, but it wasn't a great floor.
No.
Because it was a little softer on the ass.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not called runs. Quit being a nerd. That's from Grady.
That's what I've always called it.
You say it's a run just to play a game?
Like, you would say, like, how are the runs going on at the gym? And it'd be like, oh, it's there's like 2 games of 5-and-5 going on. So there's a couple runs going on.
And you will play listeners one-on-one for $1,000.
Maybe not 1,000. That's a lot of money.
I already have the bankroll.
I don't, but then I have to play differently. If it's
I don't care.
It's $1,000.
But I recognize it's going to be a profitable investment. You might not win every game, but if you bring home 6 out of 10, Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
I'd be open to it. I doubt a lot of listeners are out there like, I'm going to put $1,000 on myself to play against
We got guys in the text inbox yesterday when you were saying that SLU couldn't play with Missouri or whatever it was that got people mad.
Well, I just said that I wasn't sure. I was ambivalent. Really just ambivalent. But we've also had people bid on us before on the Texan line, and it wasn't necessarily genuine. So you got to put money in escrow first.
You showed up for a golf tournament for people who bid for you, and they had no idea what you were talking about when you said, "Here I am." They said, "Who the hell are you?"
It was a humbling moment.
You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 227 friends are in there right now. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel with 6,450 other friends, and you can watch Jackson instruct you on how to save your marriage. It involves Soulard in a restroom, Doug.
Oh, gosh.
That's
I
all
don't
I
think
can
I
say.
want to listen to that.
That's all I can say. That's it. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at approximately 10:55. BK and Ferrario will follow. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour on the morning after. Michael's Flooring family and locally owned and operated now for more than 3 decades. If you are looking at a home improvement project, I would like to recommend you check out igotfloored.com. Michael takes great pride in his business, and one of the things he loves more than anything else is helping his customers, and he helps his customers by making sure he hires incredible employees. He wants them to be happy and make a great living, and that is why he gives them great compensation. If you're a carpet installer, he's giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in the carpet installation industry. If you're interested, go to igotfloored.com. They have it all at Michael's Flooring. Carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darting Prairie, and they're in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Stephanie Seymour? Am I right? Stephanie Seymour?
I don't remember. I don't.
Was Axl Rose married to her?
I'd like to help you, but I don't know. She was the model?
No.
She was everywhere there for a few years.
Yeah, she was. You're right.
Yeah. Mark Milton's everywhere now.
Yeah, he is.
If you got tax problems,
STLTaxLawyer.com.
you'll be happy that he's everywhere. If you have any kind of tax issues, maybe unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, maybe even facing IRS criminal investigation. This is serious stuff, and you need a serious attorney on your side to battle the godforsaken tax man. And that attorney is, of course, Mark Milton. He's available at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark is right here in St. Louis helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He used to work for the Department of Justice in Washington and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best in the country at what he does. Talking about Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com. Any kind of tax issue at all, you'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Chairman Kurt slides into the dais, and Martin deals with that onboarding process. It's usually about a 3.5 year, depending on the pace.
It takes a while. Yeah.
Onboarding process, and then Jackson Burkett. And Jackson, you are getting offers for this one-on-one. I think you can retire. The Worson Woods Wacko is in. The Worson Woods Wacko says, "So stupid you are, Virgin. I'll bet on you all day." Oh.
Well, that seems like
And my pockets are deep.
Those seem like conflicting clauses.
So stupid you are, Virgin, period. I'll bet on you all day, ... and my pockets are deep.
He started off like Yoda.
I thought he was going to play you. That's what I thought it was. But then as I read it, I'm not sure.
No, I don't think he's sure.
Grady does want to get action. I got $1,000 on my 14-year-old son to beat the brakes off you, Jackson. That's from Grady. Are you interested?
Yeah, I said I'd play anybody.
Okay.
I just love playing ball.
What kind of rules would you have on this one-on-one?
Yeah, what are we playing till what?
Probably till 11.
Or 11, okay.
Yeah, half court.
How are we handling fouls?
Call your own, always.
Fungo?
Yeah, always.
Oh, you can't call your own. That'll be if you're playing for money.
Oh, that's how I always play one-on-one. Call your own fouls.
Make it, keep it.
But you're not playing. You're not
sure.
playing for money though when you do that, are you?
I've played for money before.
And this is at St. Gabriel's?
No.
What?
Well, no.
To
this
handle the
match,
crowd.
No, yeah, for sure. Okay. Doug was saying I've played one-on-one before. I've never played at St. Gabe's, but I would. I would only play at St. Gabe's for these kind of matches.
Nice.
For heaven's sakes.
Nice. So you and Grady are the opening match?
I guess his 14-year-old son. I don't really want to play 14-year-old sons, to be honest with you. I'd play listeners. I'm not really looking to play children.
Oh.
Not because I'm...
Gosh.
No.
You got yourself a game now, pal.
That's bulletin board material for Grady's
and
son.
You're telling me if a couple $100 are on the line, you're going to say, that was a foul. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, this is not fair. You need a ref.
You need fungo.
If there's any disputes, you say shoot for it. Knock down the three. Foul's yours. If you don't, ball don't lie.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not talking like that.
Doug's taking Grady's son now.
Like, ball don't lie. I don't want to hear that kind of street talk.
Okay.
Worson Woods Wacko says, let's play it at Chaffetz.
Okay. Like halftime.
Ooh, a baby race in
Oh,
between
yeah, baby
games.
race. And then the Jackson's one-on-one game.
Other end of the court.
I'll need to warm up first. I need to warm up first. That depth perception, playing in an arena is a whole different game. It's weird to look at it.
Now the excuses are starting.
I just say I need to warm up. You got to give me like 5 minutes. Get loose.
Okay, ball don't lie.
Ball don't lie, baby.
Okay.
That's sheed.
I would just want some sort of official there if they were playing for money.
Doug Dickie O from Cedar Hill texts in, bet. And then he just texted in, scared.
Sounds like he's ready to go too.
So you got Dickie O from Cedar Hill. You got Grady's son. You may or may not have the Worson Woods Wacko at Chaffetz. We're not sure on his goal of playing you. But you've got people coming in left and right. Papers, I was trying to let you off easy by playing my son. I wouldn't. You wouldn't even have a chance against me. That's from Grady.
Okay, I don't know you, Grady.
You think there's a chance that Grady's D. Lee? You think David Lee is texting in?
Probably exactly who he is.
Oh, it's probably some guy on his toilet currently.
Oh, gosh.
Well, just if we're thinking about this earnestly, whatever. I'll play anybody. I don't really want it to be mean-spirited. I just like playing ball.
Okay. You're not going to play horse or something. You're playing.
No, not a horse. They shoot over your head or something. I don't care about that.
Papers, I'll 1v1 you on the court and the course, and I'll wax that ass on both of them. That's from the Millstat Meat Hammer. There are some athletes in this audience.
I'm just a meat hammer beaver.
Clip that off.
I just course maybe, I don't know, but some of these guys might be like played at Mobap or played at Lindenwood and were
Probably
really
not.
good, and now they're in their late 30s but probably still have a nice jumper. I don't want those problems.
Probably not.
Doug, David Lee lives in South Florida with his hot-ass tennis wife. That's from the Amateur Proctologist.
Okay.
His wife was Rory McIlroy's fiance.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Fun facts for no one tell.
I'm sure David Lee lives wherever the hell David Lee wants to live.
And considering where he lives, I think that is exactly correct. All right, you can just put in applications here to play Jackson, and this is taking place at either St. Gabriel's or Chaffetz Arena.
Yeah, either or.
I think St. Gabriel's, I don't know if it's available, but Chaffetz is.
Right. So Chaffetz would be more available. Of course, host to one of the best mid-major schools in all the country. But St. Gabe's, they got the real work to be done.
Got the 7th grade tournament coming up.
Where's Lenardi's bracketology on the 7th grade
Thank
tournament?
you. St. Gabriel's a 1 seed, I guarantee you that.
Yeah, damn right.
Text in 314-399-9646, 314-399-9646. How about this text I got from the recovering alcoholic who got a specific shout-out from, as it turns out, TMA listener, U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt, who was in studio in the 9 o'clock hour regarding the Masters promotion that he and Mark Hinkle of Olive and Oak have going on for the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. I saw Mark and his wife for coffee this morning, and she said when we were on TMA yesterday, the traffic to the website caused a temporary crash of the site.
Oh, no.
They got it fixed, and the thing is now damn near sold out. Goes, I thought it was cool that the audience supported it so well that the website couldn't handle all the traffic. It's pretty wild. It's from the recovering alcoholic. So if you are still interested, the link is up on the TMA STL Twitter account. Is that correct, Jackson?
Yes,
I don't want to
sir.
say something.
Yes,
and I
sir. There's an
retweeted that yesterday.
infographic that will direct you anywhere for where you need to go for the raffle.
And my Twitter account, which at this point is dormant and is a gift depot of the LSU mom visiting the White House following their 2019 National Championship. I retweeted as well. That's T. McKernan. But it is a dormant account and more or less a gift depot at this point. But you can still register for what is a raffle for $100 per ticket. And they're only selling 300 of them. And you get a pass for you and a friend to the Masters Saturday this year, the Saturday round, the 3rd round, and accommodations for you and your guest and a hospitality tent. I mean, I would do anything for that.
Would you?
I mean,
Okay.
I wonder if you put a dollar value on that, what that would be. I mean, if you put it on the open market, it'd be 5 figures.
Yeah, secondary market.
Period.
You'd be paying like crazy.
Oh, so there it is. That's what you got. That's it. Just go to our Twitter accounts and you can click on it from there. All right, we'll take a break. Come back with the final segment of TMA announcing the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner for today. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Stiefel is truly one of the great St. Louis-based companies. They've been around downtown St. Louis since 1890 now. So what does Stiefel do exactly? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stiefel Bank, yes. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel is not bank-owned because they own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms uniforms in the world. Their tagline says it all, really, where success meets success. That's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Lightning tonight right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what are you doing this weekend?
Go to the Blues game tonight.
Nice. On the glass, I assume.
No, it's a suite, I think. I think a suite.
Ball so hard, University.
Possibly Rascal Flats tomorrow night.
Oh, wait till producer Joe hears that.
Yeah, he'll be upset with that.
Spit man.
That's not okay.
Producer Joe says the Cardinals will never win another World Series unless they reverse the curse of Rascal Flatts singing the national anthem before Game 4 against the Red Sox.
Okay, that's what caused it.
And they were up 2-1 in the series before they arrived. So
all right.
Producer Joe might be correct on that. So if you get a chance to talk, is it Gary? Is that the lead singer?
I don't know his name.
Maybe see what he can do on that, because it'd be nice if this 2026 club wins the World Series. And right now,
they're probably the heavy favorite.
The over-under win total in Las Vegas, as we tended to earlier in the program, is 72.5.
72.5.
Should be good enough for what, the 4th seed?
It's probably going to be good enough for 5th place in the National League Central.
Be fun. So yeah, get that curse reversed.
Fun.
Papers, what do you got going?
Nothing really on the books as of right now. I kind of live by the seat of my pants. Kind of just figure it out as I go. Text a friend, hey, what are you up to? Hanging out? You want to hang? Let's do it. I'll go do some. So I'll probably go to a cocktail lounge of some sort.
God, this guy goes to cocktail lounges.
What sort of cocktail lounge you going to?
I was at Duke's a couple.
Oh, yeah, that upstairs bar.
I've been at Duke's a couple times recently. Really good. So maybe out there. It's really cold this weekend, right? Saturday's freezing. Yeah, so maybe Saturday will be a ball watching day. A lot of good ball.
But you can't stay in on a Saturday night.
I didn't say night.
When you're Jackson Burkett.
I didn't say night. I said Saturday during
the day.
Well,
we're not interested in what you're watching on TV. Where are you going Saturday night?
I'm not sure yet. I told you I live by the seat of my pants.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. But it'll be someplace showy.
Yeah, I definitely will not be staying inside on Saturday night. I'll be out doing
something. You can't do that. You can't do that. Even Thursday night, it's hard to stay in, is it?
When you wake up at 4:30, it's a little easier.
Okay.
So you're a 27-year-old A-list celebrity in St. Louis, Missouri, the Rome of the 21st century.
In so many ways.
I can't even imagine the options that are in front of you.
Options aplenty in this great metropolis.
Yeah, there's so much darn growth in downtown.
Don't giggle.
You don't know where to go to.
Yeah.
It's like Vegas down there.
Yeah, walkable.
I would recommend checking out 5 Iron in
good
Clayton.
call. That's a real good call.
Oh, I'm telling you. My kids, and my wife for that matter, love going there. The food is so good. They have a bar, and you have 13 TrackMan simulators. So when the weather is cold and you still want to play golf, they can take great care of you. It's TrackMan technology, and 5 Iron Golf also will have the football games on this weekend as well with their chef-inspired menu. You think of TrackMan as the gold standard in golf tracking. It's like having a lab-grade analysis of your swing and ball flight instantly, and you get to play 200-plus courses as well, such as St. Andrews, Pebble Beach, and Beth Page. 5 Iron Golf is in Clayton at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard and online at 5irongolf.com. I cannot tell you how much I love it. And Doug, let me tell you something. They have this like honey glazed pepperoni paints.
Is that right?
I can't get enough of it. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing on simulator.
Is it a hot honey situation?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask the same question.
Hot honey and pepperoni on pizza is
I don't know what's going on.
Elite.
Hot honey on pizza.
Ooh. Yeah, so it's like a spicier honey. It's delicious.
It's incredible.
It's delicious.
The place is outstanding. I'm so happy for their success. It's 5 Iron Golf, 5irongolf.com. Jackson, you have the winner of this Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for January 16th, 2026.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring some dramatic music in for this moment.
Okay.
It's insane. The disrespect. You're out of your Mine. I cannot believe the disrespect.
First vote. This is the music?
This is Nevin Shapiro's
What
podcast.
in the world?
When I saw the line,
Let me just loop it real quick.
Thank you. All right.
the
Neil
disrespect.
and Suk gets a vote.
He did.
I'm reading the votes, man.
I thought did you suspend him? Or
I
what?
did.
Mike,
Buck Swope gets a vote.
when I saw the line,
Buck Swope has won one email of the day so far this year. So if he wins today, he would tie the incel at the other end of the couch for the lead.
Cougar Hunter Jake.
Cougar Hunter Jake with a
Smooth dog.
stunning return and a huge fan of Jackson. What if you went out with Cougar Hunter Jake as your Will Smith and your Kevin James? Can you imagine?
Wow. Yeah.
There's a lot
What
of
a,
action
what a
there.
moment that would be. Cougar Hunter Jake gets another vote.
Oh, is that right?
And another vote and a win today. Cougar Hunter
Oh, my
Jake.
goodness.
I'll be darned.
Cougar Hunter Jake comes back like Jordan wearing the 4-5. Unbelievable.
Still got some game.
I'm telling you, the ladies did love Cougar Hunter Jake's style. I had some libations with him back in the day. The ladies did love his style, Papers. You go out with that Jake. Forget about it, huh?
Yeah, who knows what could happen.
You
my God,
don't
he's got
seem
dismissed.
enthused at
He's got
all.
dismissed right there.
I'm picking up a tell. He's a little distracted right now.
You could get the leftovers.
Tyrese. Sorry. Yeah, no.
Okay,
in
sorry.
seriousness, he was very
right.
kind to me, and
Yes.
it would be fun.
He's a fan of your work.
I'd love to grab a drink and hang out.
Doug and I used to go
Okay.
out and have libations with him. We know what this guy brings to the table. I'm just telling you.
Yeah?
You would see what the word is with him.
I'd like to know what the word is.
I'm telling you. Guys, hot honey pepperoni pizza got me pregnant. That's from Mr. Nipples.
Tale as old as time.
It is good.
Yeah.
So I can have some hot honey,
Yeah.
get pepperoni pizza, and then just pour them soppins all over them pizzas?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that right?
So yeah, it's a very popular new topping combination is the pepperoni and hot honey. And Chairman, would you say that's like the most popular recent development in pizza?
It's hot in the streets right now.
Yeah.
It's like getting a good run in.
Doug?
I don't like that
Good
kind of
stuff.
talk.
It's if you just have like a bottle of hot honey, you could add it.
It's hard to get the honey all over the pizza, though. It comes out in drips and
You gotta-
lines.
You get a good swirl when you drizzle. You'll cover it enough.
You warm it up a little bit too. You put it like boiling water. Like the bottle.
Okay.
Warm it up.
I got an invite for an event. Now, I'm pretty much children activities at this point in my social life, but Doug, I got an invite here. Having my 3-year-old daughter's birthday party tonight. Tim, if you want to do an arranged marriage with one of your sons, I'd be willing to take the last name McKernan as well. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
Yes,
Little Judy Suckins.
so the in-laws are also going to take your name.
Is that standard?
It's never happened before anywhere, I don't believe. Maybe in ancient times when somebody thought they might be in line for the throne if they changed their name. There's no throne here.
HD2 throne.
Yeah. That's right. You're probably willing to vacate that.
More than happy to. Hot honey and bacon is superior. Has anybody had that?
No.
No, I kind of like the spicier element of the pepperoni.
I'm willing to
though.
try that. Artificial unintelligence. Who sent that in?
It's a salty sweet thing, so anything you're going to put on there that's in the salty category would probably taste pretty good.
I got to tell you, I think I'm going to go get some of this hot honey and see what the word is.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my word.
It's elite.
That and the 3-year-old birthday party I'm going to tonight.
Fun times.
What about the baby races at SLU?
I will be at that.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 3 p.m., Richmond.
How far do the babies have to go?
I don't think the whole length, right? Half
Oh,
court?
they couldn't possibly do the whole length.
Takes about 45 minutes, but yeah, they get down there.
It would.
Yeah, tickets available at slewbillikens.com. Schaefer Doors, where you can podcast. Well, what did we have on today? We had a big program. We had Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, and United States
Senator
Senator Eric Schmitt in studio. Turns out he's a TMA listener, going back to the Konnichiwa days, and a fan of the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. So you can podcast that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door online at SCHAEFER door.com. That's Jason Gosrow, longtime TMA listener, longtime TMA advertiser, sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Tell you what, these temperatures are going to get brutal here over the weekend, and then next weekend going down to -2 for a low. That is when garage doors break. If it happens, sure, it sucks, but you have a company that will fix it very quickly, and that company is Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608, or just go online at schaeferdoor.com. They also handle commercial doors as well. That's Schaefer Door. Jason Gosrow, longtime TMA sponsor and longtime TMA listener. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door a CHI overhead door dealer. That's Schaefer Door, online at schaeferdoor.com. BK and Ferrario are up next. Jackson, have we taken care of all of our business?
We sure have.
We have. Then it is time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I am Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.